lawyers, and I apologize for keeping you waiting. It's one of those times when a legal question came up and it needed to be resolved before we could go forward with the evidence. I hope you'll understand. We didn't do it because we're bad people. It just had to happen. Okay, let's resume with cross-examination. Good morning, Mr. Spector. Good morning. Do you remember that you're still under oath, sir?
Yes.
Good. Sit down.
Good morning, Mr. Spector.
Good morning.
Mr. Spector, yesterday we marked some truths.
Yes.
If I could approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
No, it's not this. It's already prepared.
Okay, Mr. Spector, we have, if I may do just
Just let me be sure I understand. 3 tubes were marked yesterday, and I believe the last thing we did was to have an A, B, and C put on the tops. Did that happen?
We did, Your Honor. We had one extra one marked D.
Okay, good.
And you previously circulated A and B yesterday to the jury just to look at. Is that correct?
Maybe. I just random pull few samples from the bag.
Okay. Let me just. Now, what I have is what's been marked as Exhibit D, which is number 5. Do you know where you got this one from?
Yes. Number 5, it was from the Finnish East Entry doorway.
And do you know whether this is material that's actually used at the foundry?
No.
Now, I think it. Can you hear that sound?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that sound that you associate with metal?
It was not my concern. I just collect settled dust sample.
Now, I have here what's been marked as Exhibit C, and this is actually tan, light brown colored sand. Is that correct?
Again, on the field, I cannot visually identify the material. I collect samples, whatever I was settled dust there, without analyzing what the material lay on the surface.
Now, do you understand settled dust to be different than what's considered to be a spill?
For me, if it's something elevated in the air about 4 feet or so, I count as a settled dust.
Well, did you see any of this in the air? Because when I saw you sampling it, it was on either a structure or on the ground, correct?
It's on a horizontal surface.
I'm sorry, it's
On a horizontal surface?
Now, again, some of the material that's in there is clearly little balls of steel, and it makes a sound when you rattle it, correct?
Yes, you say so.
You're the one who collected it, so.
But the purpose of my field, it was not analyze what kind of material. I just look on the surface, and it settled dust some material was settled on the surface. I collect what in that surface to identify later in the laboratory.
If material is above a certain size or a certain weight, can it go airborne in your experience?
Objection calls for knowledge beyond his area of expertise.
Well, we'll find out. We'll.
I'm sorry.
The objection is overruled. If you can answer the question, please do. If you don't know the answer, just say you don't know.
I don't know.
Let's go back to your sampling. I want to go back to plant 3, which you did on the roof.
Yeah.
You used the pocket knife. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Do you have your pocket knife here today?
This knife I use.
Yes, if you could take that out. I approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Keep distance. Now, is this the knife that you used? on
Yeah,
plant
it's
3?
exactly same piece of.
I don't want to pass it around. So. How long have you had this knife?
It's long time.
Many years?
Yeah.
You used it for many different things?
Sure.
And is it a knife that you've sharpened over the years?
I don't remember when I was sharpening.
And what is it made of? Metal?
Yes.
Steel?
Yeah, stainless steel.
Now, when you were taking the sample on plant 3, you were looking to collect components that make up steel, correct?
Yeah, kind of.
Like chromium's found in steel, correct?
Objection, again, goes beyond his scope, this was his
The
expertise.
witness can say he doesn't know if he doesn't know.
Fair enough.
I just never crossed my mind. I use knife to cut my food every day, and if it's okay for me to use a steel knife to cut my piece of bread, why I cannot collect samples with the same knife?
Were you aware that the samples that you were collecting at Pacific Steel were going to be tested for manganese, nickel, chromium?
Yes.
And were you aware that any of those ingredients are found, or chemicals are found in steel?
Yeah, but I was sure that it would not affect the weight of this whole knife, its weight of whole sample. If all my knife would be crumbled to these samples, it would be contamination. But again, it was not crossed my mind I can cross-contaminate my samples if I use it.
So just so I'm sure, the thought that you were cross-contaminating the components of the knife with the sample didn't cross your mind when you were on roof 3
I was
during the
more-
inspection. Is that correct? Yes or no?
I was more afraid that I
Is that a yes or
contaminate
no?
my knife with stuff.
I didn't hear that last response. Is that a yes or a no, Mr. Spector?
No.
It did cross your mind, correct?
No.
So that's not what you were thinking about at the time you were collecting the sample. Is that what you're saying? Just want to make sure I'm clear on this.
Yeah, I didn't think it would affect the result.
But you weren't thinking about it one way or the other, whether it would
No,
affect the
I
result.
think it would not affect. Otherwise, I would not use it.
Now, during the video that we saw a portion of yesterday, had you seen that video prior to yesterday?
Yes,
Okay. When did you first see it?
about a few days before I came here.
About 2 days ago?
Yeah,
That's a video that was not taken by the videographer that was there for Mr. Rumberger during the inspection, correct?
yeah.
So when you saw the video for the first time a few days ago, did you think about how you collected that sample prior to seeing the video?
I don't understand the question.
Did you give any thought to how you went about collecting the sample on roof 3 prior to seeing the video a couple days ago?
Yeah, when the day I collect samples, I kind of, when I start to use my knife, and one moment I feel like I pull extra layers of and I actually hit the surface of the metal. I stop collecting on that spot. I even push back the piece of material I feel like I cut too deep and move to another location to continue with a different technique.
Now, when you use the knife, when you were cutting through, did you cut through paint?
One moment, yes.
So when you cut through paint, that would cause the paint to break up and go into smaller particles, correct?
But I didn't collect
Is that a
samples.
yes or no, or you don't know?
I don't know because I didn't.
Now, in addition to causing the paint to break, you actually scraped the metal below. Is that right, with the steel knife?
Not in the same location.
But you scraped it down below the metal area within that same area where you were sampling, correct?
On far from the place when I damaged the paint.
You scraped it and moved side to side. Is that correct?
Yeah.
We'll see the video, so
Yeah.
we'll all be able to make our own judgment. But I just want to make sure that you agree.
Yeah, I kind of shaved the surface.
And when you did that, I noticed that there was different color tones it showed. I don't know if they were the paint color tones, they were the particulate that you were, the debris that you were scraping. I don't know if it's the metal tones. But did you notice there was different colors as you were scraping?
Yeah.
So some of it might have been rust. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
Well, when you say you don't think so, is that because you don't want it to be rust, or
No,
did you do
because-
anything to determine whether it was rust?
Because even on the film you can see the deposit about 1/4 inch thick, and it's I just shave on the surface and I cannot see that it was affected by the rust build-up.
What color is rust? It's an orange tone, right?
Yeah, orange-brown.
Orange-brown. So in the video, there's a lot of orange-brown that I recognized. Are you saying there's no way that any of that was rust?
I didn't think it was rust.
If maybe we can watch the video, and this time we'll watch the full video of the sample, which is marked as Exhibit 263.
Okay, Mr. Spector, let me just remind you, wait for a question while you're watching the video, just watch in silence like the rest of us.
Not that one, no, the other one.
Okay, this is where you first went for sampling, correct? Plant 3?
Yeah.
Before we start, this is actually not on the roof itself, unlike the sample you took on plant 1, correct?
Yeah, it's on the metal structure.
And this right here, this looks like it's scraped. It looks like paint came off or metal came off. Is that correct?
It's loose piece, yes.
Right. Okay. And then just for point of references, and this is before you scrape, you can see this brown orange tone, you can see a tan tone here, and you can see scrape marks here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We've made plenty of videos. Now that's you with your knife opening it up, correct?
Yes.
As you're scraping it, you can see orange, brown tones there, correct?
Yeah.
you took some of the material now into a tube, correct?
Yes.
Now you're scraping against the back wall, correct? And you see a different tone there, right?
Yes.
See the scraping that you're doing there? See the discoloration there against the backside?
Yes.
Again, you're going back and forth and you're starting to see different tones, correct?
Yes.
And now you're using the plastic knife, correct?
Yes.
And you're scooping it up with the plastic knife,
Yes.
putting it in the tube. And now you're scraping again with the metal knife. See that?
Yes.
See the color changing in different color tones?
Yes.
And you can actually see the white portion below some yellow tones, correct? Or lighter portion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now you're scooping it with a plastic knife, right?
Yes.
Okay.
On this video, it was different that I
No,
was...
just right now.
There's no question. Answer the question. Answer the question.
Now, Mr. Spector, was there any reason you didn't take a sample from another location on the roof of Plant 3 on the date that you were there for the inspection?
This particular place, because when we went on Pacific Steel, we have an industrial hygienist with us as a leader of the group who investigates site first before me. And when he saw the site, because only 2 people allowed to be present on the exhibit location, that Kim was assist, my counselor was assist everyone of our side.
I'm going to
On
move to strike
exhibit.
is not responsive.
No, it's perfectly responsive to this.
And
Yes.
CIH sees the site, evaluate place, and when they go down to allow me to go collect samples, he specifically told me what location he concerned for me to take sample. And I was just sample collector on that particular case. I didn't pick site, it was done by expert in our group, and I did according to him.
Okay, I think I understand. I want to repeat this to make sure I'm clear, and if I'm not, I'm sure you'll let me know. You're saying that there was a leader who was an industrial hygienist among the group of people that was there with Mr. Rumberger,
Yes.
who instructed you to take a sample from that location?
Yes.
So someone else made that decision, not you.
No.
Did this person tell you how to go about collecting the sample with the knife?
No, it was my choice of method.
Now, did this person tell you not to collect a sample somewhere else from the roof on Plant 3?
We didn't discuss varieties. He just specifically told me, this place I want you to collect samples from me.
Did you want to take another sample from another location on the roof?
I didn't have my personal desire. I field technician followed the directions of the project manager.
So the person who instructed you to take the sample, does he work for your same company?
He worked part of the group at Mr. Rumberger.
So he wasn't an employee of Forensic Analytical?
No.
Had you met this person prior to that date?
No.
So the first time you met him was during this inspection?
Yes.
So based on his comments and his comments alone, you took the samples at that location, is that
Yes.
right? Now, your industrial hygienist, is that Dr. Dan Cox?
Yeah, Dr. Dan Cox, he is a certified industrial hygienist who works for forensics.
Did you call him up on the phone before you took that sample to see what his opinion was?
No.
Now, let's go to another area where you took a sample. And that would be in plant 2, which is one of the samples that you showed us, where there's like 2 samples that have a sound when you shake them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? Okay. And if you know which one it is, if you could identify it for us, please. Matt, approach you.
Yes.
So it's previously been marked as Exhibit B. Okay. If we could have that video ready, which would be marked as Exhibit 262. And that's you, Mr. Spector, correct? Recognize the gloves.
Yeah.
Now, it looks like here you're using your spoon in a corner to collect some material. You see that?
Yeah.
It's kind of dark, but... And you can kind of see the spoon where you're scooping it up. There's like a pile back here.
Yeah, it was large amount.
It's a big pile, right?
It's enough to scoop with the spoon.
And at no time did you see any of that while you were collecting an airborne, correct?
I don't understand the question.
Did you see any of that material airborne when you were collecting it?
We don't see airborne particles if they small enough or move faster. It's like we have particles here in this room, we cannot see them.
Now, after
It's accumulative dust.
after you were at Pacific Steel, you went to 2 other locations for collections that you referred to as control sites. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you went to those locations, did you use your pocket knife at those?
No.
Who else was present at those locations?
Mr. Ramberger and LA. And my CIH, Mr. Dr. Cox.
And you were the person who collected the samples there?
Yeah, I physically collect them.
And you collected the samples from container tops, is that correct?
Yes.
And who made the decision to collect them from those specific container tops?
It was kind of collective opinion between me and Dr. Cox.
And who's the person that identified the location where to take the samples?
I don't know.
Was that made by someone other than yourself?
Yeah, its map was given to me to collect samples of specific location.
Now, do you know why there was any reason that you didn't collect what you've described as control samples in July when you took samples from the residential homes?
I don't know.
I have no further questions. Ron.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. And you remember the catwalk you were standing on when you took that sample and there was the plant tray? We got showed exhibit 114, under 114 to ask you to recognize this. Do you remember what your back was to while you were scraping? You were standing right here, correct?
Yes.
And that is the little leg that the industrial hygienist asked you to test from?
Yeah.
And what is it that you're standing over right here? Do you recall?
It's a steel platform.
You were standing on the steel platform, but do you
Yeah.
remember the discharge port right behind you?
Yeah, they told me it's like an exhaust pipe or
Objection here, saying.
Sustained. Chair will disregard.
What was the temperature like when you were standing up here?
it's not high.
It was very hot.
Yeah.
And did you see any smoke or emissions coming out of there, or were they invisible?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you see anything coming out of this
I
exhaust?
don't remember.
Okay.
I just was more concentrated to take samples than to look on outside environment.
No further questions. Thanks for coming.
I do. Mr. Spector, yesterday you testified that it was not hot where you were taking the sample. Is that correct or not?
It was not hard to build the temperature as a brick. I thought its unit was not operation on that day.
So the unit was not hot. when
It
you
was
took the sample.
warm, yeah.
Now, wait. One question. Let me
It's,
clear.
we talk about different,
Wait for the question.
Okay, I'll ask you the question. I'm not going to
Yeah.
try to trick you. Yesterday you said it was not hot, correct?
I said it was not operation.
What, do you remember saying yesterday that it was not hot? Yes or no?
It was not hot on a level I can touch the surface, but it was warm. But yes, I said it's not hot on that.
And yesterday you did not say it was warm either. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just said it's not hot.
And you also said it was not warm.
No, I didn't say not warm.
But you didn't say one way or the other.
I said not hot.
No further questions.
Anything more?
Wasn't the question you were asked yesterday about the surface you were collecting from, not what was behind you?
Yeah.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, sir, you're excused.
Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you.
Plaintiff's next witness will be
What are
Mark.
we going to, excuse me, the tubes are going to stay?
Oh,
Can I take it with me?
Never been marked?
we've asked to move them into evidence, so if you can leave them here for now in custody of the court.
The 4 tubes that have been marked, please
Okay.
leave here.
Just a second. I put them in the bag. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rumberger, are you ready?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Okay.
call Lawrence Wayne to the stand.
Take that chair up there and then give you this plan if you'd like some. Just the top button is the pointer. We'll move the pictures.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state and enunciate a person that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. You may please be seated. And if I can please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Lawrence Wayne, L-A-W-R-E-N-C-E, Wayne, W-A-Y-N-E.
Okay. You can bring the microphone up just a little bit.
How's that, a little better?
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Wayne. Thank you for being here. How do you prefer being referred to?
That's fine. Mr. Wayne's fine.
Mr. Wayne, what's your current occupation?
I'm the senior research microscopist at Forensic Analytical Laboratories in Hayward, California.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been a research microscopist for 24 years, for the last 15 years at Forensic Analytical.
What is a research microscopist?
I use various techniques of microscopy and different microscopes to address industrial and criminal casework.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in physics and post-grad work in microscopy research.
Do you hold any special certificates or have any specialized training?
I do. I have further training in microscopy from McCone Research Institute in Chicago for several different types of microscopy. I have a NIOSH 582 certification for airborne asbestos analysis, and I am a level 1 health protection technician, which is a radiation protection technician.
And what is NIOSH?
National Institute for Occupational and Safety and Health.
Let's see. You previously submitted your resume that, in this case, is it accurate and current to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
What was your assignment in this particular case?
My assignment was to look at a series of submitted debris samples and try to find if there were any similarities based on geographical distribution.
And did you have an understanding of the source of the material that you were asked to analyze?
Somewhat. I was described an overview of what was being looked for.
Could you just please describe how you performed this task? And I know that you brought some slides. We'll have them available for you. First one. You don't need to have the slides guide you if you can, if there's a, whatever's the best way to tell us what you did.
Just seeing which one was up first.
Okay.
Initially, when we got the samples in, they're debris samples, just depending on the container that they were brought in. They were in either a small cassette that was used as a microvac cassette or in a 50 ml centrifuge column, just a small plastic container because it was convenient. Initially, the samples are examined by what's called a stereobinocular microscope. Standard light microscope, but it's relatively low power. Think of a giant magnifying glass at this point with two oculars, so you're able to get a good three-dimensional view. With something like this, you can magnify it about 100 times. You're able to start seeing the gross morphological features, the shape, the size, what comes into play. So we're able to take them, look at them, and find out if right away we're able to see anything. Once we do decide, yes, we do have something we're looking for, we refine it a little further. In this case, the refinement was that we decided to sieve the samples down, sift them the same way you'd sift flour, but we have very specific sized screens we do this with. So we sifted down the debris to get the fraction that's less than 45 microns. Now that's about...
Why did you do that, Larry?
The small fraction to make sure that we're going to be doing an apples to apples comparison. If you have something where you're looking at individual particles that are orders of magnitude different, 10, 100 times different, you may not be looking at the same population of particles.
This way, we're able to limit it down to specific populations of particles. It's a standard technique in soils analysis.
I believe I interrupted you when you were explaining what 45 micron is.
Yes. The 45 micrometers is about half the width of a human hair. So we're looking for relatively small particles here. We sieved out the particles, and then from these particles, we were able to take what's called a representative sample. In preparing them for the next step, which is the electron microscopes, the next big microscopes up, the way to do this is you take a small aluminum disc and you put what is essentially a piece of tape on it, a piece of carbon tape that's designed to be conductive. And to make sure that we have a representative sample and we're not looking at a specific portion, you simply take the piece of tape and tap it into the sample, and you know you're getting as homogeneous a portion of the sample as possible. Once we do that, we can put this into the electron microscopes and then scan back and forth and start analyzing individual particles to see on a larger scale, what are we getting? Are we getting specific types of particles that are showing up in the sample? Are we not getting the same types of particles? And we can look for something that will correlate between samples in different locations.
What is an electron microscope, or how does it work?
The electron microscope. Do we have the picture of the microscope itself?
I'm sorry that I didn't pre-mark that, so if you could just describe it. You did send it in, it's my fault.
An electron microscope, think, in one sense, it's just a big box, because you're not using light to look through this one. It uses electrons instead. And electrons have a little different wavelength, and somehow you have to convert them to a way you can see them. So this big, huge box with a vacuum chamber in to get rid of all the air, because that'll mess with the signal, and you fire an electron beam down at the sample. Just a tungsten filament. Heat the tungsten filament, and it throws off electrons. Now, a light microscope uses glass lenses to focus the beams of light. For the electrons, you use electromagnets, and it focuses the beams of electrons, bounces back up, and hits a detector that detects what's coming off and converts these to light impulses and then get put onto a computer screen. Now, in that way, we're actually able to see the samples and convert these images, which are now highly magnified, into light. Now, we have a fun advantage on this one in that we have something called a backscatter electron detector. Normally, you'll shoot electrons at the sample, you'll watch them bounce off, you get something called secondary electrons. Who cares? We don't care about this right now. But as the atomic number in samples goes up, you get higher and higher, moving from hydrogen with the low ones all the way up to something like uranium with a high atomic number. The higher atomic number, the denser those atomic nuclei get, and the more electrons are going to scatter off of those. So when you're looking in your electron microscope, the upshot of this is the heavier the particles, the brighter they seem on the screen. So when we use the backscatter detector, an easy way to start distinguishing things is simply use that detector and look for the bright spots on the screen, and that way we know, there's something heavier, maybe there's something like a metal, and it gives us a way to start looking at different particles, and we know which areas to concentrate on.
So what did you observe?
Well, what we observed here was that we had, instead of what we expected, which was simply soil minerals, various detritus pieces of normal industrial debris, we had a very large fraction in a number of the samples of metal spheres. Now, in this case, the metal spheres were all about 45 microns or less because we've specifically sieved it out for that fraction. Again, in an attempt to make sure we're looking at equivalent samples for all the samples. And we found iron spheres, which is, although not really the rarest thing in the world, we do see them now and then. They're not that common. But in these samples, They were
Objection, Your Honor.
extremely common.
Mr. Wayne has not been designated as an expert. He's here to testify to what he did. He's now going into an area outside of his role.
He's describing it, sir.
It's fine for him to describe what he did. He's now starting.
Okay, I understand the point. Mr. Wayne, please answer the questions as asked and done around here.
Yes, Your Honor.
On the screen are some documents that you authored and provided my office. Could you describe those to the jury, what the images are? And you can scroll through them. No. We'll scroll through them after you've described each one. The pointer there, if there's something you want to tell us about.
What you're looking at here is an electron microscope photo and X-rays, associated X-ray spectrum of one of the samples. Here, what you see is some of the debris from one of the individual samples. Now you can see here it tells you that the magnification of this photo is 249 times. And this bar here is the 50 micron bar. That shows you that 50 microns is exactly that long. So you get to see just how big some of these samples are. You notice nothing's really bigger than that. That's the effect of sieving the samples out and getting those smaller particles. This small box here is what we use to look at specific particles of interest, so we can magnify that a little more. And what that does is it appears here. This box is expanded right here, so you can see the individual particles inside better. What you can see here is one of the spheres that I was speaking of. The little cross on it shows the area where we focus the beam to use the energy dispersive spectroscopy unit. What this does is it tells us by the use of characteristic X-rays, and that's kind of like an atomic fingerprinting technique. It's very clear as to what elements are there. That tells us what elements are in the sample, and in this, although unfortunately our computer is really horrible at producing high quality pictures, this is iron, this peak is another iron peak, and down here you can see an oxygen peak. This last small peak down here is carbon, and that's because we carbon coat the sample just to keep it from building up too much charge. So you can see very specifically that this is a sphere from the morphology, and then you can see that it's made of iron.
Did you have information with you at the time you did this analysis identifying the specific sample site for that particular slide?
I probably had the information, but there was no call to correlate it with anything.
If I were to show you your report, would that refresh your recollection as to the specific?
Yes, it would.
This is a document from pre-market as Exhibit 31G. I think that's right there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
31G, page 1, is the exhibit that's on the screen right now. What does that tell you as to where that sample is taken?
This sample is taken from the plant-free roof bag house.
Plant-free roof bag house, okay. And what other observations did you make?
May I read it?
Yes, you may.
Reading from my...
Not out loud,
No.
but you can read
Ah,
it to check the
Objection, you're
recollection.
saying, you're reading your mind.
So what else did you observe?
I observed variations in size of the metal. I observed clear evidence of iron oxides, and I noted that there are also...
Objection, that's hearsay.
Let's have a question.
Asking what his observations were. Were there more observations other than what you told us already?
There were a few more observations.
Anything pertinent to the comparison that you told us earlier you were tasked with making?
The pertinent observations, the most pertinent observations were on the presence of the iron spheres.
And why is that pertinent?
The iron spheres that I noted are anthropogenic, which means they're man-made or man-modified. These aren't something that are appearing naturally. They had to come from somewhere. They're made by a very specific process. So that's something that appears that we can look at and say, maybe this is a marker. Maybe this is something we can use as something to look for.
And what is that process?
These are produced by processes that use heat and have metal. Iron spheres are not produced like this.
Then this is now going into expert testimony. There's someone who's
Sustained. Stick with the observations, please.
Okay, we'll take a look at the next slide. Perhaps you can tell us a comparison. And your notes there will follow along with if you need to refresh your recollection on the source. What are we looking at in slide page 2 of Exhibit 31G?
This is, it looks like another photo from the Plant 3 roof baghouse.
Okay. Do your notes appear to be the same image on the screen?
Yes, it does.
So another sample from the same location?
Yes.
And what did you observe in this slide?
Again, you'll notice a large number of iron spheres in the sample.
Next slide, please. Do your notes indicate, you need to refresh your recollection with your notes as to the source of this particular sample?
The source indicated is the Plant 1 roof northwest.
Plant 1, northwest roof. This is for the record Exhibit 31G, page 3. And what did you observe here, Mr. Wayne?
You can observe here that the metal content is relatively low, and specifically on the iron sphere noted here, you can see the characteristic surfaces that are formed in this type of particle formation.
Next slide, please. And this is for the record Exhibit 31G, page 4. Where do your records indicate is the source of this? Before I ask you to talk about that, is there information regarding the comparison of the first two other than the quantity of spheres?
Only slight background information as to other materials that appear in the sample.
I'm sorry, only slight background.
Background information as to other materials that appear in the sample.
Okay. So this third slide, what did you observe in this slide, and where is it from?
Again, this is the second sample from the Plant 1 roof northwest.
Okay. And what are your observations?
Again, you can see metallic spheres, composition primarily iron.
And is there a distinction that you make in your observations between these two slides from Plant 1 roof and the slide as well from Plant 3 roof?
There are slight differences still.
What are those?
That the metal content is relatively low, though above background levels.
All right. The next slide. And can you tell us the source of this?
Source of this is Plant 2 pattern southeast corner column base.
All right, Plant 2. Do you understand that to be the finishing area of the ground floor?
I'm unfamiliar with more than what I have.
Can you tell us what you observed in the photograph?
I observed that this sample is primarily consistent of metal chips and metal spheres.
What's the difference between a chip and a sphere?
Specifically the shape. If you'll notice here, this is obviously a spherical shape, and the large piece next to it that's relatively flattened and pulled is something we would call a chip.
And does that observation, does that indicate a different formation or a different origin, if you have?
Projection.
All right. So one is a chip and one is a sphere. Next slide, please. The source of this particular, we have 14 of these total, so see what
Yeah. This is, again, from the plant tube pattern southeast.
Same locations we just saw?
Same location.
Any difference, is this just another example to indicate its representativeness, or is there something different about this?
No, this was just shown to give two representative samples of each separate space.
And in the second sample, did you observe the same combination of spheres and chips?
Yes, I did.
Next slide, please. What is the source of this?
The source from this one is the Truett and White storage yard on the roof of the container.
And what do you observe in this slide?
You can see in this slide we have one small metal sphere. You can see that compared to the other slides that have been shown, there is a much lower quantity of metal spheres being shown.
All right, next slide, please. This is from the same location?
Yes, this is from the same location.
True, okay. And did you have similar observation?
Relatively similar observations, although this particular portion of the sample was even lighter. You can see that we have nothing in the way of spheres showing. It's a very light photo. I apologize for the way it comes up on the screen. This is actually simply a soil mineral. So what you're seeing surrounding it is just soil.
Soil as opposed to metals?
Correct.
Again, okay, thank you. Next slide, please. That should be identifying this was the exhibit 31G P9. And all of these have been sequential with the page number.
This sample is from 124 University Avenue, roof of a container. And you can see from the image here, we show no particulate consistent with metallic spheres.
Do you know that to be the marina?
I did not know that to be the marina until now.
124 University is the explanation you have.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I have the address.
Next image, please. Page 10 of this 14 slide series. Same location?
Same location, 124 University Avenue. Again, it shows no presence of metallic spheres in the sample.
Next slide, please. Page 11, what was the source of this particular sample?
Source of this sample is 1030 Camellia Street from the west windowsill.
And what did you observe in this slide?
You note on this slide a large fraction of both metallic spheres and metallic chips.
And again, on a microscopic level, would this be visible with the naked eye?
Some of the pieces on some of these samples were large enough to make out with the naked eye. However, these are specifically sieved samples. You would not be able to see any of those particles with the naked eye.
And thus you wouldn't be able to distinguish whether they're jagged chips or round spheres?
No, sir.
Are they capable of being airborne?
Yes, sir.
Good check, Your Honor. That's calling for expert testing. They take no foundation.
Overruled.
Next slide, please, page 11. The source of, what are your notes indicate or not? Withdraw and strike that, please. After refreshing your recollection with your notes, what did you observe in this and what is its source?
The source is, again, from 1030 Camellia Street.
Okay.
You can see that overall it's a lighter portion of the preparation. However, within that, you can still see several small metal spheres and several small metal chips. These are identified by metal by their relative contrast, as I explained earlier, in saying how the backscattered electron detector worked.
And how did you decide, how did you choose which portion of the sample to look at under a microscope? Random or together?
The photos were taken from random points. Overall, the material had to be looked at to do the best possible analysis. You look at many, many, many different sections. But to get a representative sample, move the sample to a random point, take a picture. Move it to a second random point, take a picture.
So is it your testimony today that these are random representative pictures of the 1030 remains that,
Yes, they are.
would that be true for every sample or random from the sample?
Yes, it is.
All right, we just have 2 more slides. This is at page 13. Can you tell us the source of that?
This is from 1502 5th Street, west window sill. Again, you can see large metallic spheres. The patterns that you see on the surface of the sphere indicate anthropogenic origin, and you can also see the large metal chips that are all around this area.
And the next slide, please. This is also from 1502 5th Street.
Yes.
And what were your observations in this particular slide?
Again, a large number of metal spheres and a large number of metal chips.
Remind me, anthropogenic.
Anthropogenic
Progenic.
means that it was man-made or man-modified.
Would that not be the case for the jagged pieces?
It's most likely that the jagged pieces are also man-made or man-modified, since straight iron tends not to exist in nature. It tends
I'm
to
going to
exist
check
in
your
pores.
Now calling for any outside of
I'll withdraw it. How do you, how many windowsill samples have you looked at in your 24-year career?
objection, Your Honor. Well, withdrawn.
At least 1,000.
How many settled dust slides have you looked at in your career?
I would say somewhere between 10 and 25,000.
And how do these compare from your own personal knowledge and observation to the 1,000 or 10,000 that you've seen?
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for an opinion.
Sustained.
Is there anything unusual about these particular slides?
Same objection.
Well, based on his observations. You may respond based upon your observations.
Based on my observations, the amount of material consistent with iron spheres and iron chips is elevated over a normal background level for this type of structure.
No further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Charles.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wayne, I'm going to need this. You go first. Now, I want to go through this because you described it, and I think it's important to understand what you did. You had a sample which was collected, and it was given to you. Was that sample in the tube or in the cassette?
Yes, they were in a container.
So, Your Honor, the tubes that we had before.
Turn that.
Let me approach the witness.
Yes.
I have what's been marked as Exhibit A. It's a tube. Is that the type of tube that you would have received?
Yes, it is.
And was the tube full at the time that you received it?
No, it was not.
So it would have been about the size of this tube, or was it more?
It could have been approximately this much material in it.
If I could approach the witness. So this one's a little bit less than half, I would say. So let's say you got half a tooth. From this half tooth, you would then get a sample from this sample to look at. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, how would you get that sample? Would you put a spoon in? How'd you collect it?
I would literally pour it out into what's called a weigh boat, which is a plastic dish specifically designed to weigh them.
How much of this would go in that waiver?
All of it.
So you put all of this in there.
Yes.
And then once you put it all in, what did you do next? You put a piece of tape on it, you said?
No. The next step would be actually to examine the material using a stereo binocular microscope.
So you're looking at a small portion, is that right?
I'm looking at the whole sample, a small portion at a time.
You're looking at a small portion when you're looking in the microscope. You can't see it all, correct?
You can move the sample.
Correct, but you're seeing it one portion at a time.
Yes.
So after you look at it, what do you do next?
You note the gross morphological features. You basically you see if there's anything there that you can describe at that level.
So just so I can understand this, you're looking for something. When you look at the whole thing, you identify what looks different to you, and you can zero in on that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So after you zero in on it, what do you do next?
The next step at this point was to sieve the samples.
And that's when you remove any particles above 45 microns, correct?
Yes.
So at that point, you're no longer looking at what's representative of that sample. Instead, you're looking at what's representative of 45 microns or less.
Yes.
So you're looking at a part of the sample that was collected that's below a certain size.
Yes.
And again, you're focusing in on something specific that caught your attention from the initial review.
Yes.
Now, with respect to this issue, in the report, it identifies that you were asked to find iron. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you were purposefully looking for iron when you were looking for distortions during this examination, correct?
I wasn't asked to look for distortions. I was asked to look for iron.
Now, okay, so are there any other metals that are shaped in spheric form besides iron? Whether it be man-made or naturally made or whatever, spheres.
Well, at that point, I didn't know they were iron.
Okay,
I
but
simply
Mr.
noted
Ruben,
morphological.
do you know if other metals are shaped in spheres, either naturally or as a result of man-made actions?
Oh, yes, they can be.
Okay. Name the metal for me. No.
Lead.
Okay. Lead can be, and how's lead made into spheres based on your experience?
The same way. It's usually a heating process, although the size range will be different and the surface structure will be different.
Okay, so when you say the size range will be different, you mean it can be bigger?
Usually smaller.
Okay, so it would be small, okay? So you have parameters that you can identify different metals based on sizes if they can be spherical. Is that fair?
Not by the examination that I was initially doing at that point.
Okay, but at some point in the examination, is that a fair statement then?
Yes.
Now, okay, so you put these in a sieve. I don't know if I said it right. Is that right? Sieve or sieve?
Sieve.
Sieve, okay, sorry. So you put them in a sieve, you get the smaller ones. Is that when you then get the tape and you just put it on it and grab a sample?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you put the tape and get a sample, do you know before you put the sample what area you're going to put it on?
No.
So you haven't decided before where you're going to put the sample?
No. When the sample is sieved, and tape is it makes it sound like someone's using a piece of Scotch tape. This is a carbon conductive tab on a 12.7 millimeter circular aluminum stub, specifically meant for scanning electron microscope analysis.
Yeah, that's too many words for me. If you don't mind, I'll use tape, but I'll understand.
It's a little
what you're
tape.
saying. Now, when you put the tape on, how much of this, remember you said you initially started with half. After you put it in the sieve, how much of the half was left?
Probably about 5% of the total would be a reasonable
Okay,
fraction.
so it would be somewhere really low down here.
Yes, that's true.
So you've already eliminated 95% of the sample by doing the sieve, correct?
Correct.
95% of it's no longer relevant. you're down to 5, and then when you do the, and then you're going to have to excuse me, the tape, okay? How much of that 5% is collected from that?
Far, far less. Maybe a milligram, 2 milligrams.
By way of comparison, how small is that?
Very tiny, a small fraction of a percent.
Now, I'm going to go here to this one picture just by way of example. So when you're at a size magnification of 249 times bigger than the actual sample, is this a fraction of that 2 millimeters that you just described?
That would be a fraction of the 2 millimeters. You can see that picture is approximately 200 microns across, which means it's about twice the width of a human hair.
So this is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction that goes to something that's 2 millimeters from 5% of the 95% of the sample.
Yes.
Now, when you look at the microscope, you describe this rectangle shape or square. It's probably more square, correct?
Correct.
Now, you would look in the microscope and you'd say, you know what? I'm going to focus in on this spot. For whatever reason, that's what you did when you did these photographs, correct?
Yes.
And so when you focused in on this region, it would then become this region here, correct?
Yes.
So you had not just this, but you had what's not even shown in this photograph to choose from where to take your photograph for the little square, correct?
Correct.
So by way of example, 2 millimeters is many times bigger than this, so you had a lot more of the sample to look at if you wanted to, correct?
Yes.
And you could have photographed that if you wanted to as well, correct? More
Correct.
pictures. Okay. But all you did was photograph this one big square with a little square zeroing in on what looks like a sphere in the big picture, correct?
Correct.
Now, for example, if you had zeroed in on another portion, and this is a hypothetical maybe, but if it's not, I don't mean to be, I mean the other way around, I don't mean for it to be a hypothetical. But if you zero in here, by way of example, or here in the picture that you can't see, there might not be any spheres, correct?
That is correct.
Now, when you zero in on a sphere like this, you can barely see it, but there's a plus right on the sphere, right?
Yes, there is.
So the spheres are generally iron, whether they're man-made or naturally made. Chances are it's going to show on this little test here that it's iron, right?
Correct.
So when someone's looking at a microscopy, you can pretty much find what you want to find if you know what you're looking for. Is that correct?
No.
In terms of iron?
No.
Okay, so you're saying that you cannot tell that this is iron without the radiograph?
Correct.
Now, why didn't you photograph another portion? Why did you photograph on the circle? Why did you photograph on the sphere?
I didn't photograph specifically on the sphere. I took the X-ray spectrograph on the sphere.
Right. So
The initial photograph that was taken is specifically of the left area.
the big picture, but then the zero in is on the sphere, correct?
The zero in is specifically on the sphere.
And that's the case with all the ones with spheres. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the ones that don't have spheres, you didn't photograph the rest of the sample. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the sample sizes that you received, some were maybe half full, and some were like less. Some might have been a fraction of this. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you would have had more to choose from in terms of looking at potentially from the ones that had more sample material than the ones that had less. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay,
Could you
well,
rephrase?
okay, maybe I'm not clear. I've got a sample here.
Yes.
Okay, if I may approach the witness.
Yes.
Do you have the sample list? Did I? Oh. Okay, so by way of example, one sample might have this much, one might be almost full, and one might be almost empty, right?
Mhm.
So when you go through the process of trying to reduce it in the sieve, then looking in the microscope, and then putting it on the tape, and then looking on the microscope, and then going down to 2 millimeters, and then going down to a fraction of a fraction to look at a picture, the more you have, the more variety you're going to have. The less you have, the less variety you're going to have.
No.
No. So you're saying that more is not more, less is equal to more. Is that correct?
Beyond a certain point, the variety is the variety. X percent of 5 milligrams is still going to be X percent if you have 5,000 milligrams.
Right, but it's not going to be representative of the full sample. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it will.
Okay, it's your, okay, I won't go any further. Now, with respect to the microscopy that you did, were you asked to look for other metals besides iron?
Initially, yes.
When you say initially, that means the first sample?
When we originally received the samples, we were asked to look for also chrome, manganese, and nickel.
Okay, so those were the 3 metals that were tested, is that right, in the laboratory? Not with the microscopy, but...
That's outside of my department.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let me ask you this then. You were asked to test on the first sample nickel, manganese, chromium. How many samples did you test for those metals alone at first?
I believe I tested 2.
And then after that, you then went to iron, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you continue testing for the other 2 metals?
No.
So you focused in on iron. Did you focus on any metals such as copper while you were doing this?
Initially, you note everything. But once you found something to use as a marker, you concentrate on that material.
Well, okay, I just want to understand this. So when you first started doing the sampling, you did nickel, chromium, and manganese. After a couple of them, you then included iron. And you no longer were going to do manganese, nickel, and chromium on the microscope.
Correct.
And was that your decision or someone else's?
That was probably partially my decision and partially someone else's decision.
So there was never any attempt to do a ratio comparison in one of these from one metal to another metal. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when I say metal comparison, do you understand the concept of fingerprinting the ratios from one metal to another metal?
Not something I do, sir.
Okay. So that would be outside of your scope of what you do.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor?
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we'll go ahead and take our first morning recess a few minutes early. We'll try to keep it a little bit shorter, maybe 10, 12 minutes. Please remember the admonitions. Thank you. You don't go that way, Mr. Langle.
I've never seen that one.
We're on the record. I have the presence of the jury. Is there anything counsel would like to put on the record at this time?
No, Your Honor. No.
Quick break. We'll try to start early and make up some time.
there should be some in there, but,
I got a bottle of it.
oh, okay. All right. You don't need that. I'll take it.
I can use it.
I told Jean he needs to show me how to use that microbat. Like I need another tool. Yeah, so, really fun. But he did real well too.
sent them to us in.
Oh, wonderful. We have numbers on it.
You just say, I'm ready for the next slide, and LAL put it up. But yeah, he's got them.
And I've listed them as items, I would, for you to be able to read them all.
Whatever was comfortable for you.
Put it back to, I was wondering, what a good number is to it. Like, standing up from.
It's 31J. It's not in there, but you want that one too? It's 31G, when the jury sees this, it'll cover sheet, but all that, so. And there's one by page numbers.
And it will project, not project this.
It'll project this and this, but not the writing. So you'll see this with the graph and, so just call it.
The problem I have, will it give the location?
You can read that too. It's just not easy.
Please remain seated. Come to order. This court is now in session.
Mr. Rumberger.
Thank you, Ryan. Plaintiff's call to stand, Dr. Cox.
Kim, when you're ready, he's here.
Please stand and raise your hand. Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, please. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Daniel, D-A-N-I-E-L, Cox, C-O-X, and I go by Dan.
Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Cox. Thanks for being here.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jury your occupation, please, and how long you've been in the application?
I'm a certified industrial hygienist, and industrial hygiene is part of safety and health. It deals primarily with the health aspect of safety and health. And I've been an industrial hygienist for 32 plus years, and I've been with my current employer for the last 10 years.
We've heard some other witnesses. Do you have a professional relationship with Gene Spector?
Yes, Gene Spector and I both work for Forensic Analytical Consulting Services, and I have a position there of Industrial Hygiene Programs Manager, and as such, would often work with Gene, who would support work that I would manage.
You would manage him, or he would work under your supervision?
He'd work under my supervision. That's
And
correct.
did he in this case?
Yes.
And you have a professional relationship with Mr. Wayne?
I do have a professional relationship with Mr. Wayne. He works for a separate company, Forensic Analytical Laboratories, Inc. But we have some common ownership between the two companies, and we're housed right next door to each other in the same building, so we see each other often.
So not a supervisory relationship, but a colleague relationship?
It's a colleague relationship, yes.
Thank you. What's your educational background?
Well, I was born and raised in Kansas City, Missouri, and went to public schools there, and then went to Yale University as an undergraduate, majored in chemistry, and then went to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and studied chemistry further and got a PhD in organic chemistry. And the dates on those would be 1975 for my PhD and 1971 for my bachelor's degree.
Thank you, Dr. Cox. Do you hold any special certificates or have any specialized training?
I have lots of specialized training. I've taken a lot of classes over the years, and of course, the PhD in chemistry with specialized training in and of itself. I hold a certificate in industrial hygiene. It's called Certified Industrial Hygienist, and this is administered by a board that is non-governmental. It's entirely professional, and it requires examination as well as education and experience. I'm also a certified asbestos consultant in the state of California, and I'm a certified lead consultant in the state of California. And each of those requires training, examination, and retraining every year or every 2 years.
Can you give us a brief history of your 32 years of employment?
Yes, I began working my working career as a chemist, and I worked for 4 years as a chemist, and decided I needed to get out of the laboratory and do something more with people and do something more that's experiential outside the lab. And I became an industrial hygienist through searching for a profession that was technical but also people-oriented. I've worked as a consultant all my industrial hygiene career, first for a state compensation insurance fund in San Francisco, performing surveys around the state, and then for private consulting companies. And as I said, my last 10 years has been with Forensic Analytical. As a professional in industrial hygiene, I consult to a wide variety of clients, from manufacturing to commercial to homeowners, residential. I worked for attorneys in terms of giving consultation and expert witness. I worked for insurance companies. It's hard to find someone who has an interest in safety and health that I wouldn't work for or haven't worked for.
Fair enough, thank you. Have you offered any papers or offered any professional presentations in this area of your expertise?
I have authored in the past. I authored a paper on carbon monoxide exposure at Moscone Center. And I've given presentations. I usually give 1 or 2 professional presentations a year. Most recently, over the last several years, I gave presentations related to manganese exposure in welding fumes, and have given 2 presentations of that at national industrial hygiene conferences.
Have you given any presentations or written any papers on air quality? Evaluation of air quality control?
I have taught a number of classes on indoor air quality. Just about every presentation that I give is related in one way or another to air quality, with the exception that I've also given presentations on water quality because of Legionnaire's disease, for example.
All right, you've submitted a CV, a resume that's been pre-marked as Exhibit 55. Is everything on this accurate and up to date to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, except I haven't updated it in 2012 yet, so that was last updated in 2012.
Your Honor, plaintiffs would move at this time to have Dr. Cox certified as an expert witness in your area of industrial hygiene.
He will be so regarded.
Dr. Cox, what was your assignment in this matter?
My assignment in this matter was to direct dust sampling at residential locations in Berkeley, dust sampling within Pacific Steel, and dust sampling at 2 control locations also in Berkeley, California. And in
Were you
addition,
asked to offer an opinion on that sampling?
yes, I was asked to offer an opinion after reviewing the results of that sampling.
And what is that opinion?
Well, my opinion is, looking at the totality of the evidence, the results that we've received, plus some reference information, that the particulate emitted by Pacific Steel has impacted the residences in the target neighborhood of which we're discussing at this trial.
And what is the basis for that opinion?
The basis of that opinion includes the fact that in the metals analysis that we looked at, we found similar concentrations of metals in samples at the residential locations and at Pacific Steel. In the microscopic analysis of dust samples collected at the residential locations and at Pacific Steel, we found some nearly identical or identical particulate that we feel distinguishes them as being a very likely source of the particulate, Pacific Steel being the very likely source of particulate at the residential locations.
And have you prepared any demonstrative exhibits to illustrate the basis for this opinion?
Yes, I have.
Would you please share those with us today?
Okay. My first exhibit is number 159, and I'm aware that you've heard Gene Spector already and that he's talked a bit about the sampling, so I know I'm going to be in some cases reminding you. So I apologize in advance for telling you something you may have heard before. But first of all, I want to remind you that Gene Spector and under my direction collected samples at these residential sampling locations. So 9 residential sampling locations. And these were sites that were chosen primarily by Mr. Rumberger, but he consulted me on choosing the sites. And then the locations of the samples were chosen by Mr. Spector, Gene Spector. And you can see that with one exception, they all say windowsill. And the Gooding Way address shows that in addition to a windowsill, we also collected a sample on a door threshold. And we go to Exhibit 31C. And I know that Gene Spector told you about collecting samples using the microvac technique. Basically, it's a small vacuum cleaner. It's a way of pulling dust into a collection device. So I wanted to remind you that what one of those cassettes looks like. This is a picture of a cassette that is loaded. It's a little difficult to see, but where my thumb is, there, just above my thumb, between my thumb and the red plug, there actually is collected dust in that sample. And
is that from this study?
That is from this study, yes.
Okay.
If you move to the next page, there might be another picture that shows it a little bit better.
Next slide.
No, I'm sorry, it was not there. So can we go back to the cassette then, please? And in terms of Mr. Spector's collection, he collected pulling a vacuum through the hole that's plugged by the red plug. So that would have been open, and through a piece of tubing that extended out, and I think he showed you that. And then the dust would have been collected in that plastic cassette, and there's a filter so to stop the dust from going into the pump and to actually provide the collection. In the case of the metals analysis I'm going to talk about, that loose dust was actually analyzed for metals analysis. And in some cases, that loose dust was also analyzed using microscopic analysis. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
And I want you to remind you also that we also took samples in or on Pacific Steel buildings. We collected samples both inside Pacific Steel as well as on the roof of several of the buildings. And so we collected samples in 6 locations here. And
do you recall when that was?
Pardon me?
Do you recall that was,
yes.
When that was in relationship to the residential sampling?
Yes. The residential sampling occurred on July 7th, 2011, and the sampling at Pacific Steel occurred on October 14th, 2011. And I want to tell you that those were the only 2 sampling days. Every sample that we will be talking about was collected either on July 7th or on October 14th. And so this, as you can see by the notation, the plant number is the number of the building, and we'll show you on a map in a minute, remind you what the building numbers are. Interior meant we collected a sample inside the building. Roof means we collected a sample on the rooftop. And so there are 3 rooftop samples and 3 interior samples of the 6. Next slide, please. And this is a map of the Pacific Steel shown. It's an aerial view, from the top, so that we're looking down through the roof. And over on the left, and I've got a pointer here I can use, but this building here is called Building 1. This is called Building 2, and this one is called Building 3. And in terms of streets, this is Gilman and Frontage Road, 3rd Street here. And those are the 3 operational buildings of Pacific Steel in which we collected samples. And it's too excuse me, it's too difficult for you to read this, but these have the sample numbers on them and point to the sample locations.
Gene walked us through that. So
Gene walked you through, okay. And the other thing I want to mention while doing this is that at the Pacific... I'm sorry. Thank you.
If there's something else you want to mention, do the study.
Well, I think the jury, if they could read it, might see a number of sample numbers on here. And what I wanted to point out is that at the residential locations, we collected a set of samples for ourselves to analyze. But at Pacific Steel, we collected duplicate samples that we turned over to the defendant.
Thank you. For the record, this is Exhibit 31A. Next slide, please. This is Exhibit 31G. Dr. Cox, can you tell us what this evidence is?
Yes, this is a map showing the 2 control locations where we collected samples, where we collected dust samples.
And is it your opinion that those control locations were appropriate?
Yes, they were appropriate. They were...
what is the basis for that opinion?
They were generally upwind of Pacific Steel. They were on the west side of Pacific Steel as opposed to the east side of Pacific Steel. And you can see they were on either side of the 580 freeway here. And this sample, which was at 124 University Avenue at the marina, is basically exposed to the west to water.
And Pacific Steel would be to the north in this picture?
Pacific Steel, I believe, is right up in here. If it's on the map, I can't tell with this detail to tell you the truth.
And why did one take a control sample? What's the purpose of that?
Well, a control sample is to see what background dust levels are, to see what the nature of background dust would be. Also to test the theory that Pacific Steel is emitting particulate that is going primarily downwind as opposed to upwind.
And maybe this isn't the best, I'm going to ask you this question. If it comes up later in your presentation, let me know. But was there a distinction between the sampling that was taken on the roofs in Plant 1 versus the distinction of Plant 1 and 2 versus Plant 3? In terms of, well, is there a distinction? So you can tell us what it might be.
And I'm not quite sure, other than each was a different location.
Well, in terms of concentrations of...
Yes, we'll get to the results. The concentrations did differ in those locations.
All right, we'll get to it. Okay, fine. I just want to make sure we didn't miss it. Next slide, please. What is this? This is 31D for the record, and it says control sampling photos. Could you describe this, please?
Okay, so I've shown you the maps. Now these are actually photographs taken at the control sampling locations. So let me start at the marina. This is the furthest away from Pacific Steel to the west and south, and that's Gene Spector up on the ladder, and that's me holding the ladder. And he is collecting a dust sample that's in the trough of the roof of this, the corrugated roof of this container on the site of the wind sailing location at 124 University. There's a photograph of the container from a bit of a distance back into the parking lot. This location is Truett and White Lumber Yard on the north side of Hearst, between the railroad tracks and 2nd Street in Berkeley. There's Gene Spector up on the ladder taking the sample. And then this let me point out that this is Gene taking that microvac sample. The relatively white portions of the top of the container are the corrugations that are up in the air, and then the darker portions are the trough where most of the dust will have settled. And Gene was taking a sample of the dust that was visible here. If you could see the photograph a little bit better, it's clearly gray, and you can see where Gene has collected sample.
Was there a similar corrugation on the trailer at the marina?
Yes, I didn't see it myself, but Gene said that it's very similar to that.
Next slide, please.
Okay, so what we did, we're looking at a table of numbers, and I apologize for that, but I don't know any better way to tell you the results that we have. So let me first say that between the sample collection and the putting together these tables, what occurs is analysis of these samples in the laboratory. So these samples were, for example, the residential samples I'd give you as an example. The residential samples were submitted to forensic analytical laboratories, and in this case, the results that I'm going to be presenting, they were analyzed for various metals using a method called inductively coupled plasma spectroscopy. And basically what that spectroscopy does is it takes a portion of the sample and injects it into a machine that causes the material to get very energetically excited, and it emits a spectrum of electrons that are distinct for the elements that we're looking for. So in other words, if a sample has iron in it, then there will be an emission that shows up in the instrument that is typical of iron. It says this is iron that's in this sample. And then the instrument can be calibrated to quantify it. So that instrument with computers, but with people running it, provides the results that I'm presenting in these tables.
Thank you. So what did you find?
So to introduce you to how we look at the tables, I started with the iron results. All but 3 of the samples that we collected were analyzed for iron, and I'll tell you a little bit later why we didn't analyze for iron in those samples. But in terms of introducing you to the table, what you have in the left-hand column is the location of the sample. So, for example, the 124 University Avenue was the roof of the container, as I told you, true to white. Then the various locations, for example, at PSC will tell you the plant number and then where on that plant. Ones that don't say roof would have been interior to the plant. The locations, the residential locations are presented by their address. So 901 Cedar Street is a residential address, 600 Gooding Way, etc. Then each of the samples was analyzed first for how much total particulate it had in it. And so you can see that some of these samples had less particulate, 130 milligrams, and that's what the mg stands for. And some samples had quite a lot more particulate in them. And however, we are primarily interested not so much in how much particulate was collected as into what the nature of that particulate is. You know, what are the ingredients of that particulate? And so iron is one of the ingredients of that particulate that we analyzed for. And this gives basically, these 2 columns are equivalent, they're in different units, but it gives the percentage of iron found in that sample. And so, for example, you can see that the lowest sample in terms of the analytical results had only 1% iron in it. Whereas of those samples that were analyzed, one of them had as much as 41% iron in it. So this column is in terms of percentages, But I want to introduce you also to the term of milligram per kilogram, which is often also called parts per million, because there's 1,000,000 milligrams in a kilogram. So 1 milligram per kilogram is a part per million. And 10,000 milligrams per kilogram equals 1%. And you can see that conversion right here. You have 11,000 milligrams per kilogram, and that's a little over 1%, a little over 10,000. Now, the other thing in terms of making it easier to read, I used pink for the lowest results, and in blue I highlighted the higher results. In some tables I highlighted only the three highest and 3 lowest, but you can see there's a tie here. So there's 28% in 3 of these samples, so I highlighted all 5. What you can do with a table like this then is to compare results, and one way to compare results is to rank. Now that is a statistical method of simply ranking the concentrations that we found. So that's what I've done here. The lowest result is at the top and the highest result is at the bottom. And so you can see then that the lowest results at the top are those control locations. You'll see that there's one rooftop sample from Pacific Steel that's among the 3 lowest. The residential sample results start here. So the first one is 9% iron, and they range all the way up to 41% iron. Most of them are in double digits. Most of the residential results are in double digits, and you notice there's a cluster right around 28%. What I also want to be pointing out, and I'll be pointing out in other tables, is that at these 2 locations, Pacific Steel Plant 3 roof, and also Pacific Steel Plant 2, the pattern column base. And I believe you saw video clips of Gene Spector collecting samples at those 2 locations. What is important here is that in terms of my looking at the results and coming to my conclusions, is how similar the rooftop sample from Pacific Steel Plant 3 is to residential sample results. In this case, the 28% is identical and just very similar to several of these residential samples. In addition, the PSC Plant 2 also is usually also very similar, if not identical, to the results for residential samples. So what you'll see in the subsequent tables that's generally true is that these 2 locations, the Pacific Steel Plant 3 and the Pacific Steel Plant 2, rooftop for 3 and interior for 2, have results that are so similar to residential results that if I covered up this column, I couldn't predict which one of these results would be a Pacific Steel versus a residential. That close to each other.
What's the significance of Plant 1 roof being similar to the background levels?
Well, I think it's just that, and that is that this is a location on the rooftop of Plant 1 that is in a relatively upwind location from the plant. There may be other explanations, but what it definitely shows is that right there at Pacific Steel, that in some locations there are low concentrations or lower concentrations of iron in the samples, some that are just above those from the other control
Let me
samples.
flip back to the floor plan map, a couple slides back. So would that be in the leading
That's
northwest edge?
this area here. If this is north, approximately that's south, this is west, this is east. So if wind is generally blowing from west to east, you can see that this location is more of an upwind location than any along this edge of Pacific Steel.
Thank you. So it doesn't surprise you then that the plant one roof was similar to the background levels?
Well, I don't know if I would use the word surprise, but no, none of these results surprises me, and I'm looking at them objectively, especially at this point where I'm putting them in tables and numbering them. Yeah.
Next slide, please. Was there more that you needed to tell us?
Yeah, I'll explain right now why it is that 3 of these samples did not have iron analyzed. And, you know, when Mr. Rumberger asked me, you know, the nature of my assignment, when we went into this assignment, we went in with a focus on some of the toxic metals that might be present in the dust. And so the first analyses included chromium, nickel, manganese, and did not include iron. So the first 3 samples that were analyzed without iron results. We have to tell the laboratory to look for iron when we submit the sample. If they don't look for it, that sample gets analyzed without that result.
And those 3 samples, those 3 locations at the bottom, there are 3 of the closest locations to Pacific Steel, correct? Can you rank those locations in relation to the others with respect to the distance from PSC?
Well, I think if we went back to the exhibit with the map, I could probably point out these locations.
Okay, we'll come to a map maybe when we got to slide presentation, not right there. We'll come back to that. Next slide then.
So let's go to the next slide, and now I'm presenting the analytical results for 2 of the toxic metal components, nickel and chromium. And the reason that I'm presenting these together is that their ranking is essentially the same. It's so similar as to indicate that really the ranking is nearly identical. It's nearly identical as can be with a few minor changes in the ranking. So in other words, these are the chromium. These are the same samples that were analyzed for iron, with the exception of the 3 that weren't analyzed for iron. And this is the amount of chromium in those samples. And again, we're looking at the nature of the sample, the ingredients of the sample, equivalent to a percentage of chromium in the samples. And so, but chromium and nickel are present at less than 1%. And so now we're looking at the numbers in the milligram per kilogram. And remember, 10,000 milligrams per kilogram is 1%, so these are all less than 1%. 6,800 milligrams per kilogram is nearly 10,000 milligrams per kilogram, but that would be 0.68%. So what do we see? We have the chromium results in this column and the nickel results in this column, and I've ranked them so in terms of low to high, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's a tie for 11 here. 13 is a little out of place because I used the nickel rank to be the primary one for this table. But you can see 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 is a little switched here. But if we go to the nickel rank, that's 1 through 17 directly, and 1 tie, which is 9th. But you can see that the ranking is remarkably similar for the chromium and nickel. What we find in terms of the results is, again, we get the 3 lowest results are those control samples plus the 1 site on Pacific Steel Plant 1 roof. And the highest results are down here. Those 3 are 2 of the residential locations and the PSC Plant 2 interior sample. I know, remember, I said to remember the PSC Plant 2 interior sample. Where's the PSC Plant 3 roof sample? Well, that's here, surrounded by residential results. So in terms of ranking, it's right in the middle, essentially, of the residential sample. So again, what characterizes this is that, yes, there is chromium present in all these samples. There's nickel present in all these samples. the concentrations range from, for a nickel, range from about 910 milligrams per cubic meter all the way up to 6,200 for the residential. And the chromium ranges from 360 up to 2,300 for the residential. Again, the thing that the conclusions that I can draw from this, for example, are that yes, there's chromium and nickel, which are toxic components, toxic metals, components of this dust. I'll show you later how that relates to certain criteria for interpreting the results. But I can tell you now that my advice to one of these residential owners would be that yes, there might be some concern about these numbers. So it's not just that it's present, but that the numbers are getting to be fairly high. And in addition to that, the other thing I want to make sure you see again is this, that the Pacific Steel Plant 3 roof sample and the Pacific Steel Plant 2 interior sample are bunched up with the residential sample results and are very, very similar.
Thank you, Dr. And that's 154 to 154 correctly. Next slide, please.
The next slide shows
152 manganese results.
the manganese results. So we also had the same samples analyzed for manganese. Now manganese is not on everyone's toxic substance list, but I did mention to you that I had done some recent presentations on manganese, and the toxicity of manganese is becoming better understood today than it has in the past as a neurotoxin. So
We have a check, Your Honor.
Well, there was no question. Let's go to question and answer, please.
All right. Can you tell us what this exhibit tells you, Doctor?
well, this exhibit presents the results of manganese and that were in the samples. These sample results are a little bit different than the ones we've seen before, but I've presented them in a similar fashion. I've ranked them so that the lowest results are at the top and the highest results are at the bottom. Again, the lowest results in terms of manganese content, and again, this is the nature of the dust, are the two control locations and the Pacific Steel Plant 1 roof. The highest result are some of the residential locations, which are at about 3,000 milligrams per kilogram. Okay, that's about 0.3%. And in the case of manganese, we now have a little bit more of the plant, the Pacific Steel Plant results in the middle of residential results. And that can indicate to me that there are perhaps other sources of manganese-rich dust at Pacific Steel than those which are related perhaps to the iron or the chromium or the nickel-rich dust. In any case, you can again see that there's a range. The residential samples range from 860 milligrams per kilogram all the way to this 3,300 milligrams per kilogram. But all the residential samples have manganese in it, and they're all there at higher than the control sample results.
Next slide, please. Exhibit 147 for the record combined results, chromium, iron, and
Yeah, so I separated them so it's a little bit easier to read a table, and I don't expect you to read this in any great detail, but what you can do in a table like this is provide all the results in one table. And so everything we spread out into individual tables is here. And again, if you looked across, if you looked at our control samples, University Avenue and Truett and White, if you looked at chromium, you'd see the smallest numbers. You looked at iron, smallest numbers. Manganese, the smallest numbers. Nickel, the smallest numbers. And again, if you looked at the two Pacific Steel locations I pointed out, the rooftop here at plant 3 and the plant 2 pattern column base. If you went carefully through each of the columns, you would see exactly what I pointed out in the individual results, and that is that their results are very similar to residential sample results.
Thank you, Doctor. Next slide, please.
Now, in this slide, I presented the...
I'm sorry, what's the objection?
With respect to a portion of the exhibit.
I'm sorry?
Objection with respect to exhibit that has information other than the recording data.
Well, let's have a question so that we can find out. Take the slide off the screen, please. Have a question just to put this in context.
So you did some further analysis that you prepared a chart for. Can you tell us what that analysis was?
Well, when I looked at the results of the metal sampling, as I said, we did find iron, chromium, manganese, and nickel on the windowsills, the exterior locations of the residential locations. And in terms of significance of those results, are they out of the ordinary? Do they have any kind of regulatory criteria that would apply to them? This next table that I prepared includes 3 comparisons, levels to compare those results to.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on the grounds that those regulatory issues aren't an issue in this case. Those 3 regulatory standards aren't an issue in this case.
Overall, let me show the slide.
Would you explain the comparison again, Doctor?
Right. So, first of all, we're familiar with this presentation of chromium and nickel, and that is that it's the same table basically at the top that we saw before. It's the chromium and nickel results, which are presented from low to high, and then the last 3 lines, the last 3 rows in the table, the ones that are in italics there, are various numbers against which one can compare the results that are found in these samples. And so I'll explain them one at a time. The San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board publishes what are known as environmental screening levels. An environmental screening level, in this case what I've given is the environmental screening level for shallow soil. What does that mean? That means that if you are testing shallow soil, and this is soil down to 10 meters deep, and you get a result for chromium that's less than 750 milligrams per kilogram, you can call that soil not contaminated with chromium.
Okay.
If it's above 750 milligrams per kilogram, then you have to do some further analysis to determine whether A, it's contaminated, or B, it's a contamination that's of concern.
Because it's shallow soil, would that include dust?
Well, it would include dust in the sense that the topsoil would be something that could be deposited by aerial deposition, similar to deposition that might have occurred on the windowsills. And so the topsoil and the windowsill dust would have that in common, I believe. The nickel number is 150 milligrams per kilogram, and it too is the same type of interpretation. So what we see is simply that a number of the residential results, starting with here the 1300, are greater than this environmental screening level, and then also all of the residential results exceed the environmental screening level for nickel.
And what is the next comparison with that?
The next comparison is a published extensive study that was done by Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, and they were establishing the background levels in soil on and around their campus, which is primarily in the Oakland Berkeley Hills. And so they published, again, background levels in soil essentially in the Berkeley Hills area. And their chromium results ranged from 2 to 144 milligrams per kilogram. Their nickel results from 6 to 380 milligrams per kilogram. And this simply indicates that you can see that many of the results, again, are above what would have been background levels in soil at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And if I were a homeowner, I would like to have background levels near the Berkeley Oak Area.
Objection, Your Honor. 352.
Overruled.
The third line, the bottom line, is a regulatory number. A regulatory number defines hazardous waste. These abbreviations are Department of Toxic Substances Control, that's state of California, and TTLC refers to the total amount of a metal in a sample. So if a sample of dust contains more than 2,500 milligrams per kilogram chromium, then a large amount of that dust, if it were disposed, would have to be disposed as hazardous waste. None of the results exceeded that hazardous waste level for chromium. Several were close in the 2,000 range, but none exceeded. For nickel, that level is 2,000 milligrams per kilogram, and you can see that starting with this residential result and going through the rest of these residential results, that a number of them did exceed this 2,000 milligrams per kilogram. Now, in cleaning, this does not mean that if I took a rag and wiped the windowsill that I'd have to dispose of that rag as hazardous waste. But what it does mean is that if you filled up an entire vacuum cleaner with these windowsill dust, then that vacuum cleaner bag would have to be disposed of as hazardous waste unless you had a householder's exemption of small quantity. Well, that's the table that I put together with those numbers against which you can compare the results.
Thank you, Doctor. Is there I'm going to put up a slide of the residential dust collecting locations we marked before. Okay. What was the hypothesis that you began with when we started this, when you were tasked with doing this study?
Well, the hypothesis was that Pacific Steel had impacted the residential locations through dust buildup on the residential locations. So Pacific Steel had impacted them by emitting particulate that had gone and deposited on, for example, the windowsills. But we had no actual evidence that had occurred when we started this.
So I'm going to show, I think it's 128. Dust white sampling sites. All right, so that hypothesis again is that the closer you were to Pacific Steel, you'd likely to get higher results than further from it. But we didn't know, correct?
We did not know. We did not know what would be in the samples at all.
All right. So the first three that were tested before iron was looked for as a, what do you call iron? A constant or a marker? Something to compare those against? I can't remember the word you used.
Well, iron's a constant. I mean, it's in all of the samples, let's put it that way.
You weren't looking for iron in the first three samples, correct?
We were not looking for iron. We were focused on the toxic metals that we sampled.
And the first three samples would have been, you've got my pointer there, in the lower left-hand corner, 1502,
Yes.
5th Street. In the center of Camellia there, 808 Camellia. No,
Right, this one.
that one. And then the third one, no, the
Can't-
third one would have been in the, right there, 808.
There we
That
go.
would have been 1340 8th Street. So those appear to be the three closest locations to Pacific Steel.
Yes, on this map they appear to be, yes.
And so those are the first three samples you analyzed.
Those are the
Correct.
first three samples we analyzed, that's correct.
And to find out whether it made sense to invest in further study, correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. We
And-
did it in a stepwise procedure because, in essence, there was no reason to invest additional budget, from my client's perspective, no reason to invest additional budget if the results were not meaningful.
And did you find that the results from the first three were meaningful and warranted further study?
Yes, we looked at the chromium, the nickel, the manganese results, and we found that those were, we felt significant concentration of those in those samples.
And you recommended at that point, or what did you recommend at that point with respect to iron?
Well, I did recommend that the additional samples be analyzed for iron, but there was a step in between.
And what was that?
In between that, we had one of the samples was given to Larry Wayne, whom you heard today, I believe, and Larry Wayne took a look at that sample microscopically and told me, Dan, there's a lot of iron in this sample. In fact, the predominant metal in this sample is iron. And so I felt that it was judicious for us in terms of additional analysis would be to show that our metals analysis was similar to the microscopic analysis.
So did you find a correlation then between the other metals you were looking at and iron?
The correlation is generally there for chromium and nickel, and that is that the samples with the higher iron results tend to have the higher chromium and nickel results.
With respect to manganese?
With manganese, there are some samples from Pacific Steel, for example, that have manganese levels that are higher than you might predict if you were predicting from the iron results.
Are there any other observations or conclusions that you came to as a result of your study?
Well, yes, I looked at results of samples analyzed by scanning electron microscopy and polarized light microscopy.
And what were your observations and conclusions?
Well, again, we took some residential samples, some Pacific Steel samples, and the background samples, and had them analyzed by microscopic methods. And the conclusion was that some of the Pacific Steel samples and some of the residential samples had iron-rich chips and spheres, microscopic chips and spheres, that were identical or nearly identical in the samples.
In fact, you said that if you didn't know the address, you would not be able to distinguish between those taken at Pacific Steel's Group 3.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you tell us, did you have an opinion as to how these spherical shapes that we see in Exhibit 31G, page 1 are formed?
Well, we are looking at microscopic spheres of iron, and that's what this photograph shows. In order for a sphere of iron to be formed, typically, if not always, what occurs is that iron is heated to a very high temperature so that the iron essentially becomes a gas. It no longer is a solid, it's not liquid or a particle. It is a gas, and then as it cools, it condenses in the air to form a very regular shape, which is a sphere. So these microspheres of iron are indicators that they were formed by high temperature processes where iron containing materials are heated in one way or another. They might be melted, but they might also be heated by grinding at high energy, for example, and producing, again, because the contact between a surface and a lot of energy, be melted and then vaporized.
So when they're vaporized, are they airborne?
Yes, in fact, this is typical of what would be formed in the air, because the air is basically a fluid and surrounds the particle as it forms and allows it to take on this regular shape.
And so as it cools, what happens to that spherical ball?
Well, as it cools, it becomes a particle in the air, and it can settle onto surfaces, it can travel in the wind.
And do you have an opinion as to whether or not, as to the source of the spherical balls in the windowsills?
Well, my opinion is that the photomicrographs that you see here showed that these spherical balls were present in both two of the Pacific Steel sample locations, the two that I talked about before, the Plant 2 interior and the Plant 3 roof, and are also present in the residential samples in such a way as to indicate a component that they share, so that given all the other information, the metals results we have, and other data, that would indicate to me that more likely than not that Pacific Steel substantially contributes to the particulate on the windowsills in the residential locations.
Thank you, Dr. Cox. So with respect to the jagged pieces, the ones that aren't spherical but that are iron, I think the word was jagged.
Chips is what I learned from Larry Wayne.
Thank you, that's correct.
All right.
Do you have an opinion as to the source of those?
Well, again, the chips are typically produced by some sort of an abrasion, and Pacific Steel is certainly a possible source. There are other possible sources as well. But the combination of the chips and spheres, again, is a pattern that shows up in both the residential locations and the Pacific Steel location samples that we analyzed. Again, show the likelihood that Pacific Steel is contributing to those dusts at the residential locations.
Thank you, Doctor. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Cox.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Cox, isn't it correct that there are many potential sources that would cause iron to go into spheric shapes?
In general, yes.
One of them would be welding, is that correct?
Yes.
Grinding would be one?
Yes.
Are you aware that railroad tracks, trains go over and generate spheres as a result of the heat of the metal hitting the metal?
I haven't studied it, but I understand what you're saying.
Do you understand that to be correct?
I understand that that's likely, it's possible. I haven't studied it specifically.
But you're aware of that?
I'm aware of the process of metal meeting metal, so it's possible. I don't know if the heat is sustained.
Okay, so you haven't researched that, is that
I
right?
have not.
And do you know that iron is added to cement that's generated from different facilities that use iron as part of the processes?
And, I have not researched that either, so I don't know that.
So you don't know one way or the other?
That's correct.
Are you aware that there's been studies that show that car dust or vehicle dust has sphere iron in it?
No, I'm not aware of that stuff.
Are you aware of the historical use of the property and the location of Pacific Steel over the past 100 years?
No, I've not researched that.
Do you have an opinion as to whether other facilities that work with steel would be a potential source for chips or sphere found in iron? I should have said that the other way.
I didn't understand the question.
Yeah. Let me ask you, do you know of any other businesses that use steel as part of their processes that could be the source of iron that's either in sphere shape or chips, as you've described?
Well, I'm aware that other businesses could produce spheres. Yes.
Are you familiar with Berkeley Forge?
Yes, I am.
And would that be a potential source for this type of iron chip sphere, from what you know?
It's possible, but I have not investigated their location.
Are you aware of a salvage yard that's in the area of Northwest Berkeley that has a lot of metal components?
No.
So you don't know one way or the other if that's a potential source, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Is rust a potential source for iron chips?
I don't believe that rust in the way that you and I had this discussion before. I'm not sure what you mean by rust.
I'm talking about when metal gets rusty.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes, and
does that turn into? It is already metal, but does it turn into iron chips or rust or parts of it?
It's my understanding, and I'm not a microscopist, so I shouldn't answer that question because I don't know.
Fair enough. Now, you took a total of, or you instructed 9 samples to be taken from 9 residences, correct?
Yes.
And there was only 1 sample collected from each residence, is that right?
And that's not quite true. We did side-by-side sampling. So
when I say 1 sample, I meant two samples from each location.
From each location, yes.
And was the reason that only 1 sample per residence was taken was because Mr. Rumberger didn't want more samples?
It was largely a budgetary issue to begin with, yes.
Objection, call for speculation. A little late.
The witness's answer will remain. Please ask your next question.
Would it have been preferable to have taken more than 1 sample per residence if you wanted to get a better interpretation of the type of dust that would settle at each residence?
Not in an initial investigation like we did here. No.
But would it have been better even after the initial investigation began?
I can't answer that.
Did you go back to any of these residences to collect any further samples?
No, we didn't.
Did you test for any other metals other than nickel, manganese, chromium, and then later iron?
No.
Did you look to see if there was any other combinations of metals that might have a relationship to each other, such as zinc to iron?
No.
Zinc, for example, is in steel if it's coated with a galvanized steel, correct?
Yes.
And that would tell you whether that particular steel or that iron was associated with the metal roof, correct?
It might.
And there's also other metal combinations that might include copper and iron or other parts such as that, so you could establish whether there's a relationship between those metals if you did additional metal testing, correct?
That's possible, yes.
Now, And were you limited as to the number of metals that you could sample due to budgetary reasons?
In essence, yes, and I'd like to correct an earlier answer because I think this is the question that I was answering earlier.
Mr. Rumber will have a chance to.
Thank you.
With respect to the control locations that were shown and identified, were those locations, and I'm not talking about the specific trailers, but were those geographic locations provided to you as an area to go sample by Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Now, just for my purposes, if I recall correctly, your definition of settled dust does not include something that would spill, correct?
Correct, yes.
And if as I recall this, spill is when something literally falls down and goes on the ground versus going airborne and then settling down. Is that correct?
I believe I understand the question, yes.
Now, if we can go in order to ask.
154?
Show Exhibit 154. While we're waiting for 154, from looking at the spheres and the chips that you've identified, there's no way of knowing how long those have been in a specific location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there's no way to tie in any iron or manganese or nickel that might be associated with Pacific Steel to these locations other than the way that you've described it as far as you're concerned. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that question?
Other than what you presented earlier in your presentation, through the columns of ranking, there's no way of distinguishing what would be Pacific Steel iron from another source of iron, whether it be in sphere or chip, correct?
Well, you're asking if there's any other way, and I can't say, as a scientist, it's hard for me to say absolutely there's no other way. But we did not pursue another way.
You're not aware of another way as you sit here today testifying, correct?
Not with the samples that we collected, yes.
Fair enough. Now, what we have is what you presented earlier. And one of the questions I have is, did you collect any samples from inside any of the residences?
No.
So when you use the sample from the pattern column base, that's inside the facility of Pacific Steel, correct?
Yes, it is.
So that's not something that's actually left Pacific Steel, correct?
Not at the time we sampled it, yes.
Well, you don't know if it ever left after you sampled, is that correct?
I don't know.
Now, the best source, if the source generates a certain emission, is that source itself the best place to get a sample to determine what's leaving that facility, as a general rule?
I don't know.
Would the first place that you would look for dust, would that be where would be to see if the source is, well, let me withdraw that. If you're looking to determine, for example, Pacific Steel, what type of dust is generated, the first place you would look would be on its roof, correct?
That question is way too broad to give it a right or wrong answer to it. If you could restate it more specifically, I could maybe give you yes or no.
If dust lands on the source of that dust, is that the first place that you would look to determine what's in the dust?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
In order to understand the dust that's leaving Pacific Steel, would you first want to look at the dust that's at Pacific Steel on their roofs, for example?
Not necessarily first, but I would like to look at the rooftop dust.
Well, is that the reason why you sampled the roofs at plants 1, 2, and 3?
One of the reasons we sampled the roof was because it is dust that has escaped the plant, yes.
And that would be the most representative of the type of dust that leaves the plant, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
So with the samples that were taken at the homes are not necessarily the most representative as well, is that correct?
Representative of what?
Well, you're the one who said that the dust that settles on Pacific Steel is not necessarily the most representative of dust of Pacific Steel. The dust that settles at homes that you sampled aren't necessarily the most representative of the dust found at those homes, correct?
Because there's so many places to sample for dust, it's a difficult question to answer. We sampled windowsills, which I think are representative of exterior surfaces.
Well, are the samples that were taken from Pacific Steel's roof representative of what's on the roof, based on your definition?
They are limited in terms of being representative. We did not sample all roofs, all locations, but they are indicators of what is on the roof.
And by way of comparison, that would be the same with respect to the residential homes that were tested, correct? That they're not representative of all the windows, all the doors, and all the sources of dust in those locations, correct?
Right, in that neighborhood, right, yes. They're not necessarily representative of every surface.
And they wouldn't be representative of anything more than what you took the sample from, which was a specific window seal.
Objection, call for
Is that right?
speculation.
And they might be representative of the neighborhood. I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Now, we talked about how the pattern column is inside the facility, and you didn't test for dust inside of any of the residences, correct?
That's correct.
And hypothetically, let's speak here, if hypothetically what you collected in plant 2, the pattern column base, was actually material that was spilled, that wouldn't be an appropriate material to compare to the rest of the state, correct?
It would be appropriate in the sense that it is material that could possibly escape Pacific Steel.
But it's not dust, though, right?
Well, it is dust.
In the hypothetical that I just gave you, I said it was spilled material.
Right, but
So
it
if it's
is.
spilled material, you're comparing dust samples here, correct?
Yes, it is. It can be dust and be spilled.
So are you saying it's appropriate to compare Pacific Steel's raw material to settled dust from the neighborhood? I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
If in fact the raw material can escape the process and possibly be released, yes.
That's not what you were asked to do or to determine as part of your sample, correct?
Well, I was asked to sample surface dust.
But I'm just saying that what you did here, if this was not dust but material, you were not asked to compare material from Pacific Steel to the dust, were you?
What I was asked to do was to, and I believe I wrote a written protocol on that, was to sample surfaces for materials and locations where materials could possibly leave Pacific Steel.
So I'll go back to this question. You don't know that this material here test at the pattern column base was in fact material or whether it was settled dust, correct?
I know that it was surface dust. I don't know for sure that it was settled dust.
So by your definition, if it was spilled material, it wouldn't be dust.
No, that
I
misstates my testimony.
I'm not trying to be argumentative here, Dr.
No, I understand.
I'm just trying to say that if it's raw material and it's spilled, by your definition, it cannot be dust. That's all.
No, your question to me was settled dust,
Well, settled dust.
not dust.
All right, Jack, is getting argumentative.
So you're drawing a distinction between settled dust and dust? I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Settled dust is one way of describing a type of dust.
Let me go to what's plant 3's roof. Now, in plant 3, you were not there during the sampling, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't play any role in terms of how the sample would be collected, is that correct?
In terms of how the sample would be collected,
That's correct. That'd be the question.
I played some role, yes.
Well, you didn't play any role while the sample was being collected, though, is that correct?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that generally using a pocket knife is not accepted manner for collecting a sample where you're looking to get metal components?
That's not generally true. It may be true.
When you say it may be true, are you saying that if a metal knife is used and it causes metals from it to be released into the sample, that may be acceptable to you?
That could be acceptable if you're collecting a bulk sample that has lots of iron, for example, in it already, and the amount of iron, if any, that's released is minuscule or minor.
So by your definition, some contamination is okay?
Did you ever say the word contamination?
In some cases, a minor amount of contamination would be okay in a sample because it wouldn't change the overall relative characteristic of the sample.
But when you use a knife and you're collecting samples that you're going to test, you have no way of knowing how much contamination took place. Isn't that correct?
You know, what you know is that the knife that you're referring to in terms of collecting the sample, if anything, would give off a tiny amount of metals, for example. And the sample that we're collecting is a very large sample that has a much larger percentage of metals in it because of the bulk of the sample.
Now, I asked you a moment ago whether it was generally acceptable to use a knife when collecting a sample that would look for metals that are found in that very knife. And I want to refresh your memory here with, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? What your deposition transcript, page number 78.
Correct.
And if I can read to you lines 14 on page 78, beginning with question. Let me go to the question.
Just a minute. There's no impeachment here. It's been going
Okay. Well, Dr. Cox, did you testify that in your professional opinion that using a knife that may have metal come off to collect samples would not generally be acceptable?
I believe I did testify that it was not generally acceptable, but specifically in this instance that we're talking about, it would be acceptable.
Now, would it be acceptable to collect a sample that would have paint chips without accounting for that if you're looking for metal samples?
Again, it depends upon the amount of paint chips in the sample, but generally you would like to know that there were paint chips in the sample.
Well, is there any way visually from knowing when you scrape metal that has paint as to the volume or amount of paint particulate that's found in that sample afterwards?
And visually, if the paint is of a color that's recognizable, you can see that in the sample.
And if the color is not visible or distinguishable from what you're collecting in your sample, is there any other way of determining whether paint's in that sample?
It would be difficult to give a specific answer. There may be, but the color certainly would help.
Now, what about with respect to rust? If you're scraping metal and you're actually collecting metal or rust, would that actually cause contamination to a sample?
If you're collecting rust, it would become part of your sample. I wouldn't call it contamination per se, but it would become part of your sample.
If you're scraping the metal and you're knocking off rust, are you saying that's considered to be dust in your definition?
In general, if you are scraping rust and it's recognizable as rust, you're taking a sample that includes rust in it.
But that wouldn't be something that was ever airborne prior to you scraping it in terms of collecting it for the sample, correct?
Rust could be airborne.
Talking about if you scrape it off of metal that was already there from the metal's rust.
That rust would, I think the way you're describing it is that rust growing from a surface or on a surface. No, that the way you describe it would not have been airborne.
So that would never have been dust, yet that would have been collected and made part of a sample that's described as dust in that situation, correct?
Well, in the general definition of dust, it could be dust and part of the dust sample.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. Your definition of dust means something that isn't necessarily airborne or has ever gone airborne. Is that correct?
In the general definition of dust, it could include some part of it that hadn't become airborne, yes.
Mr. Castellón, is this a good place to take a break, or are you about to finish? What's going on?
Probably need about 10 more minutes.
All right, then we'll take our second recess, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember the admonition. On the record out of the presence of the jury, is there anything counsel would like to put on the record at this time?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
I can't help but notice that your estimate for the total amount of time Dr. Cox would need to be on the stand was too short, and that he didn't start when you hoped he would. How do you plan to complete this?
Well, this cross-examination took me about far longer than any other, so I did underestimate. If I have to cut my last witness, I'll have to cut my last witness, but I'll have shorter testimony from Mr. Offerman and Mr. Bridges.
But your examination of Dr. Cox lasted just under an hour. Cross-examination thus far has lasted about 25 minutes.
So about 10 minutes over my estimate.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's that?
remain seated and come to order. This court is now in session.
You may continue, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cox, with respect to taking samplings on the roof at Pacific Steel, would taking more samples result in a better comparison evaluation of what was on the roof, in your opinion?
Possibly.
If only 2 of the 3 roofs were sampled, would that be sufficient for you to draw a conclusion such as you stated earlier today?
Yes.
So that would be enough for you to make whatever conclusion you did by evaluating the data as you presented it today, is that correct?
I believe so, but I'd have to look at the data.
But as far as you can tell from sitting here, that would be what you believe would be the case, correct?
Depends upon what results I get from sampling 2 of the 3 roofs.
Now, with respect to the microscopy, we earlier heard testimony about the microscopy, and you described how there's these spheres in the pictures that we were shown moments ago, correct?
Yes.
There were 9 houses that were tested, and 6 of them for iron, correct, in analytical testing?
Yes.
And there were only 2 homes where there was microscopy evaluation taking place, correct?
Correct.
So that means 7 homes were not examined with the microscopy, is that right?
Actually, one of the other homes, so it would be 6 homes, were not examined by microscopy.
So there was actually 3 homes that were examined?
Right. One sample was destroyed accidentally in the laboratory.
Oh, okay, so that one doesn't count. Is that why there's only 2 that were shown?
That one did not get to the point of formal report.
So there's only pictures of microscopy from 2 of the 9 homes that were sampled ultimately? Is that
Yes, that's correct.
And so the opinions that you've offered have been based on those 2, with respect to microscopy, or with respect to those 2 homes that were shown in terms of the microscopy images, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, may we direct?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have to ask you one more question because it's come up a number of times about the number of samples. There were 17 samples total taken, and the question you were asked was this a function of budgetary concerns? My question to you is, what is the cost of taking samples or of doing the analysis of these 17 samples?
Well, the cost includes fees paid to forensic analytical laboratories, and includes also labor involved with planning for, collecting, managing the samples, and then interpreting the analysis, providing reports and opinions. So our total cost to date is around $30,000. If you divided that by 17, it would give you a cost per sample, which includes laboratory and labor costs.
Thank you, Dr. McClure.
Just one more, Dr. Cox. I believe you previously testified that to test for one additional metal would cost about $30 per sample. Is that correct?
For that specific analysis from the laboratory, that's correct.
And so if you test for 3 or 4 more metals, such as copper, zinc, lead, that would be $90 or so, correct, for the analytical testing?
In one specific sample, yes.
No further questions.
Thank you for being here, Dr. Cox.
Thank you.
Word to you, sir. Thanks, McCarty, next witness.
Players would like to call Bud Offerman.
Stand and raise your right hand. You solemnly state that you are guilty of perjury, the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. If you can please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Francis Offerman, Offermann.
Mr. Offerman, thank you for being here today. Tell the jury your current location, please, occupation, please, and how long you've been doing it.
Well, currently I'm president of Indoor Environmental Engineering, which is an environmental consulting firm in San Francisco, and I started that in 1981.
30 years ago.
Yes.
31. Your educational background, please?
Would you like a glass of water and take a deep breath? You seem to have rushed in.
I'll take a deep breath. Thank you, Your Honor. I've got a Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering from Rensselaer Polytech Institute, and I've got a Master's of Science in Mechanical Engineering from Stanford University.
You hold any special certificates or any specialized training?
Well, I'm a licensed professional mechanical engineer in the state of California. I'm a certified industrial hygienist, certified by the American Board of Industrial Hygiene.
Published any literature in your field of expertise?
Yeah, I published extensively in engineering and environmental journals. Some examples of published studies that have relevance to the issues here, air contaminant emissions from Pacific steel casting and infiltration into the air of the neighboring homes, are a book I co-authored called Indoor Air Quality Control Techniques, published in 1997. It talks about activated carbon, air purification, and things like that, as well as particulate removal. Performance of an air cleaning system in an archival book storage facility, which was a journal paper published in '92, involved testing some of these large air purification systems. Pressure and ventilation requirements of hospital isolation rooms for tuberculosis patients. This was a 1996 research paper that discusses air leakage in buildings and related to air pressures, which is pertinent to this case. Two others, residential air leakage and indoor air quality in Rochester, a 1982 research paper, again more about air leakage in buildings, into buildings and out of buildings. And finally, controlling indoor air pollution from tobacco smoke, models and measurements, a 1984 research paper that developed a lot of the modeling techniques that I've used over 30 years to model air pollution, such as we're talking here with Pacific Steel and Casting.
Have you been recognized with any special awards or honors related to this field?
Just one today. The American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineers, ASHRAE, which is an engineering society involved with ventilation, they gave me in 1992 their Distinguished Service Award.
And would you be so kind as to give us a brief history of your employment?
Very briefly, I started off out of college, Rensselaer, at Arcata Graphics, a big printing company. And there I was a young engineer, designed, installed bulk ink storage systems, high-speed automatic counting, these types of things. In 1977 to 79, I worked at American Precision Industries. While not a foundry, they were a manufacturer of heat exchangers and grinding wheels and welding and stuff like that. I designed a large paint spray booth and exhaust systems for that company. In 1980, moved out to California, assistant chief engineer at Alta Bates Hospital in Berkeley, California. I worked on installing power factor correction capacitors. I was a member of the local 39 International Union of Operating Engineers. Then I found myself as a staff scientist at Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory, not to be confused with Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. This is the one right above the Berkeley campus. I was a staff scientist there. I was deputy project leader for the Control Techniques Group. So we were responsible for laboratory and field studies evaluating air purification, air cleaning techniques that could be used. I then went back to college, then got my master's degree, and then I went and worked as an air pollution engineer for Earth Metrics in Burlingame, California in 1985. And there I developed an air pollution laboratory for that company, installed a forced choice olfactometer for measuring odors. I was the field team leader of fugitive odor emissions from a sewage treatment plant. I'm trained in a fume hood exhaust from computer chip fabrication rooms and a bunch of other indoor air quality investigations. And then I find myself as president of Indoor Environmental Engineering, where I direct a team of environmental chemists, scientists, and mechanical engineers in conducting state and federal research regarding indoor air quality, developing instrumentation, doing field studies, and evaluating ventilation and air cleaning performance.
Thank you. You submitted a resume or CV, which has been pre-marked to 52. Is that current and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
That CV is, and I think I mentioned in my deposition too, that's pretty current. I was recently in Austin, Texas at an international conference, and some of my presentations aren't on that, but it's 99% up to date.
Thank you. Your Honor, plaintiff would move this time to qualify Francis Offerman as a designated expert in the area of environmental engineering.
His testimony will be so regarded.
What was your assignment in this matter, Mr. Offerman?
My assignment was to basically to consider, to assess their odor management plan. There's been, to my knowledge, complaints in the surrounding community from emissions of odors and contaminants from Pacific Steel casting for quite some time. And so my job was to come in and take a look at the operations, their odor management plan, and consider feasibility of improvements that could be made to mitigate this long-standing problem to the community.
Did you actually visit Pacific Steel Casting Company?
Come again?
Did you visit Pacific Steel Casting?
I did. I did. I visited, there are 3 plants.
Yes.
So, on October 13th of this year, 2012, during which time I measured the air pressures in each of those plants, because that's important for the fugitive emissions or for these odors getting out. And I also was able to look around where I was allowed to go in the plants and up on their roof.
From your observations, did you form an opinion as to Pacific Steel's capture efficiency with airborne waste?
I did.
And what is that opinion?
Well, it might be helpful if I just take one quick moment just to illustrate what an indoor air quality problem is. And
what is an indoor air quality problem?
Indoor air quality problem has 4 P's. And you can fix the problem by fixing any one of those. You have to have all 4 of these things. So I think it's important to recognize that. You have to have a person. So we have the community that's surrounding Pacific Steel Casting. We can't get rid of them. That we have to keep. I've got pollution. We got unmitigated discharges of odors and contaminants coming from Pacific Steel Casting. That we probably can do something about. I have to have a pathway from the pollution to the person, the community. Well, the pathway, I mean, it's the air. It's the community surrounds Pacific Steel Casting. And then I have to have a driving force to drive the pollution that's being emitted from the plant to the community. Well, that's pressure, or otherwise known as wind. As you probably know, the prevailing winds are from Pacific Steel Casting into the community. So the only thing we really can get fixed here, since we can't get rid of the people and we can't, is we have to reduce these pollutants. And so first of all, from my observations on site, plus everything I've read, It's my opinion that failure, why this isn't working, even after they've done some things to try to fix things, it's my opinion that it's a direct result of the failure to determine how much and where the stuff is being emitted. So I've read some materials where they've done some odor measurements and some contaminant measurements, but there's been no rigorous study, comprehensive, of all the emission points of odors and contaminants from that plant. And that's the first step you do when you're designing a mitigation plan. You have to know where it is. Simply installing some air scrubbing equipment at some locations where you think or you hope is going to work, that's not going to work as evidenced by today. They've done some, but it didn't have that foundation of the inventory that you need.
Have you counted up the number of emission points at those 3 facilities or more?
Yeah, the unmitigated ones include rooftop exhausts, which are exhausting plant air up into the outdoors where it can then blow into the community, and also roof vents, also open doors. All these are right now untreated. They just go out into the community air. And
do you have an opinion as to Pacific Steel's most obvious failure to capture stack or fugitive emissions?
Well, I don't want to belabor the point, but it's such a fundamental omission that they never had an inventory of the stuff that was coming out of the plant. Is it coming from this stack or that stack or that? That's never been done. So it was just like, well, I mean, to me, it was almost like Pacific Steel Casting really wasn't motivated to solve the odor problem, in my opinion. If it was an arc furnace that they were considering purchasing, you can bet that they would really research that and get it done right. But the odor problem is a thorn in the side. It's something I think they just put their heads in the sand and threw some money at it with a couple scrubbers, but without, again, the fundamental flaw, no inventory to start with where the stuff is coming out, which then you could pursue with an engineering plan to fix this long-standing problem.
So you mentioned that there's unabated discharge points and that there are some unabated discharge points. What's happening to the air inside the facilities?
Well, this is always a little bit of an issue. Here you have men and women working in the plant, pouring molten steel and grinding things and contaminants and odors, and there's openings up in the roof where it's just going off to the community. And like, for instance, in plant 1, there's a whole bunch of vents in the roof, huge vents with chains that you can, it appears to me as an engineer, that these are meant when there's a problem in plant 1 with odors and toxic stuff, that they can just open these up, release it to the community. So the Pacific Steel Casting has 2 obligations here. One is to their workers, right? So, and I guess opening the vents to the community when it really stinks in plant 1 is good for the workers, but it's no good for the community. This is a short-sighted solution. Can you have Pacific Steel Casting operations in Berkeley without the odors? Absolutely. This is not rocket science.
Can you identify the chemicals that cause odors and describe those odors?
Well, yeah, I'm going from the from their.
Did I cut you short?
No, I didn't. Yes, you can. But I just want to say they're going from the health risk assessment where they have inventory of the chemicals, not really measured, I don't think, but calculated some emissions. And the big ones are phenol. So you know that smell of like, I think some of the plaintiffs have described it as the burnt plastic handle of a cooking pot, but it's an awful, awful smell. And so from these phenolic resins of both in the castings as well as those grinding wheels, that's the biggest one by far. And then also formaldehyde and naphthalene are the big odors.
Do you have any sense in quantities? off the top of your head, or from what you've looked at, to recall pounds per year or tons per year?
Certainly, yeah. And my research is that they're the only one in the neighborhood, so to speak, that's emitting these quantities of phenol. I have it right here. I'll take a second here. Yeah, pounds per year. Phenol, which is the big one, we're talking about 1,100 pounds a year, or a little over a half a ton in the air emitted of this noxious odorous compound. And then my review of emissions from other people in the community, no one's, emitting this hardly at all, like a fraction of a percent.
Can you recommend any technology that, in your opinion, would assist Pacific Steel's environmental engineers in assessing the most significant odor discharge points and whether stack or fugitive?
Could you repeat that?
Can you recommend any technology or any method that would assist Pacific Steel's environmental people to assess where the odors are coming from, whether it's stack or fugitive? Is there technology available for that?
Oh, absolutely.
And what would that be?
Can I show?
Please do.
First of all, measuring odors, there is no electronic nose where you electronically measure it. But there are, for many, many years, devices that measure this. And I have two, and if Your Honor permits, I let the jury look at it. But this is the first one I bought. It's called an olfactometer, dilution olfactometer. And it has two beds of charcoal here, which let air come in and get purified. And this is what we would like to purify the odors coming out of Pacific Steel casting. And then it lets in some unmitigated air, and you can determine how many dilutions you have to make the odor to go away. So if an odor is a strong odor, let's say, it needs to be diluted 100 times so you can't smell it. It has, we call that, it has 100 odor units.
Okay.
And this is the next generation. It's called the...
That's something you can pass to the jury, approach on?
Yes, I will. I'm going to pass it both over. I would say don't put it up to your nose, only because I'm wearing my infectious disease control now. I would say everyone put it up their nose, not a good idea. And then this one you can show too. This is the nasal ranger, which is a little more sophisticated than the centometer. But I'll put my nose on it, and you basically go in here and you sniff, and you basically dial up with this dial from a very highly diluted number where you can't smell it, and you keep getting to less and less dilutions till you can smell it. That's the concentration of the odor in the air. So it's measured by number of dilutions. It's not a part per million. This is important from an engineering standpoint, because what we want to know is how much cleaning do I need to get rid of this odor. So that's what I was saying from the very beginning, what this unsuccessful effort to date on mitigating the odors and contaminants is not to have used some of these simple technologies to really quantify all the emissions of contaminants and odors being discharged into the community air by Pacific Steel castings.
So these could be used by Pacific Steel staff?
Yeah, this should be part of their odor management plan, right? So
Does it require a license to use these, or any specialized education or training?
You probably would have some training, but you don't need a lot of training to use it. But I think as part of the odor management plan, and other people have opined on what should be part of an odor management plan, and having someone on staff at PSC to be trained in how to do these assessments would be certainly a very first step I would take.
And what's the feasibility of these from an implementation standpoint? How much do these cost?
Well, they don't make my first one, the centometer, they don't make that anymore. But the new generation, that's about $2,400.
And how many of these would they have, one for each plant or one for each engineer?
It probably, in fact, probably would just maybe have one even, would be fine too.
All right, thanks for telling us about the odors. Do you have an opinion about the toxic particulate waste? That
Well,
is
again,
discharged by PSC into the airspace it shares with its residential neighbors?
from their own documents, what we're talking about here is mainly manganese, nickel, chromium, these kind of metals, iron, of course.
Can you identify the airborne transportability of those particular metals?
Well, okay, yes. There's basically two things that are happening in Pacific Steel and Casting as far as particulate generation. The big ones are, of course, pouring melted metal into things. We have vaporized metal that then condenses into very small particles, and these are the really lung-damaging particles, and their transport is miles, okay? They don't settle out very much, they're very small. The other thing is from the grinding wheels. Now, these particles are larger. They still, get discharged out of the plant, and then they basically just rain down on the surrounding community. So they fall out a little faster.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on the feasibility of specific improvements in operational procedures or technology that would be available or affordable to significantly reduce the off-site impact of its emissions?
I do. Excuse me.
Sorry to be rushing you through it.
Yeah, that was fine.
We are committed to finish today.
I did. I looked at it. They've already done some, again, without any roadmap, so kind of somewhat blindly putting some abatement on in some places. I mean, what I've read is the decisions to put abatement in certain places was based on not any survey, but just that they thought it would be okay, or it's over there, and it's not over there. Well, look, I got to tell you that when we tried to abate environmental tobacco smoke, we said what in the beginning? The first thing, the easiest thing, smokers over there, non-smokers over here. That doesn't work. Air mixes, gets around. So what I looked at is we already have some abatement on some of the areas. Clearly that's not working. We still have problems with the community. We had odor complaints and such forth. So what we need to do is, would be to mitigate these unmitigated discharge points. Roof exhaust, passive vents, and that would be basically the same technology we've already done, which would be putting in air scrubbers. And I estimate that, as far as feasibility, the cost of this additional to get these other 68, even if you did them all, would be about $2 million capital cost. And then the annual cost of replacing the media and stuff like that, about $250,000 a year, roughly. So in my mind, it seems feasible.
Any other simplistic things that to do with the airflow in and out of the building?
Well, we want to keep, we want to keep the air in the building and not going out without mitigation. So open doors. Now, you've seen these in the supermarket, these little plastic strips, right, at the freezers out there. They'd be transparent. You can see through them. So a forklift driver driving through, he sees them. We'll put those on all the doors because you could drive by the plant right now. Doors are wide open, and especially when they're open on both sides, when the wind's blowing, as much as you're trying to keep the building under negative pressure, you can't. The wind just blows it into the community.
When you say keeping the building under negative pressure, is that measured from the doorway points or the walls?
Right.
So what's happening to the air if it's being drawn in?
Right. It's being drawn in. Well, the reason we have negative pressure, and I did verify that at all three plants, not so much in one, but slightly negative, is that we got exhaust going out. We have bag houses, we have other exhaust fans, unabated roof exhaust, and this is causing the lower portions by the doors to be under negative pressure.
But the result is that it is going out into the air?
A bunch of it is going out of the air. Now the question is, the $64,000 question is, how much unabated is going out? Well, I'll tell you, 68 sources are going out unabated. But since there's no inventory to begin with, you don't know where you stand, except that you know what? It doesn't work.
Thank you, those are my questions. Did you have anything that I missed?
Your
Simon?
objection to that last question.
Those are my questions.
Objection is sustained the unit purpose.
Good afternoon, Mr. Offerman.
Good afternoon.
You made some pretty strong statements, and given the time, I'll just generally cover them. First off, you said that there's no emissions inventory or any sort of data collected with respect to what Pacific Steel has. Are you talking about the chemicals, or are you talking about what you associate with odor? What are you referring to when you say that?
Both odors and toxic air contaminants.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that there was an inventory in the health risk assessment, correct?
Correct.
And that wasn't good enough, in your opinion, correct?
Well, it doesn't, first of all, it does nothing to do with odors.
But it identifies the chemicals associated with odor. For example, it has information on phenols, formaldehyde, and naphthalene. Isn't that true?
It has information on, I think there...
Is that a yes?
Yeah. It
Now-
has information.
Wait for the next question.
Okay.
Now, not only does it have those chemicals, doesn't the HRA identify where those chemicals are found in the facility? Do you know?
From what I see at the HRA...
Do you know, yes or no?
From the by plant, yes.
Now, you talked about doing a survey, and that Pacific Steel didn't even bother doing a survey. Were you talking about an odor survey?
Yes.
So it's your opinion that Pacific Steel's never done an odor survey. Is that correct?
No.
Is that-
Not
is
the
that-
type of odor... Let me answer.
Is that correct? Yes or no? Has Pacific Steel ever done an odor survey as far as...
Any kind of an odor survey?
I'm sorry, I
Any.
just wanted to...
Any kind of an odor survey?
Gentlemen, you know we're trying to finish here. We can only speak one at a time. Question.
Question.
They did a
Are you-
very
No, there's
limited...
no question.
Oh, sorry.
Wait for the
Yes, sir.
question.
Are you aware of whether Pacific Steel has ever done an odor survey? Yes or no?
I'm aware that they have done limited odor survey.
Well, previously you said they had never done any odor survey, so now you're saying it was very limited. Is that correct?
That's not what I said.
I'll let everyone decide what you say. In terms of what you also said, that something as simple as a scrubber could be put on the roof to address all these openings on the vents in the roofs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you were at a site inspection at Pacific Steel in October of 2011, correct?
2011, yes.
Well, during that site inspection, you were there for 5 hours visiting 3 plants.
It was around that period of time.
Okay, so based on that 5-hour inspection, you're able to make all these determinations with respect to Pacific Steel and what it can do and what it can do to improve its systems, correct?
No,
Okay, you reviewed some documents in addition to that?
quite a few.
When you say quite a few, could you name those documents for me? And you don't need to read your notes.
Oh, you want me to just
I
guess?
just want to know. Do you know, or do you have to read a script? I saw you reading the script during your testimony. Do you mind if I see the script?
Absolutely.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let me see. See here, it says privileged and attorney-client, but any information you receive from Mr. Rumberger isn't attorney-client anymore. Isn't that correct?
Well, you
Well,
why
that's
don't
a
you ask?
good question.
Yeah.
Go on to your next question.
Okay. These look like questions with answers in them. Did Mr. Rumberger prepare this for you today?
No.
No? Okay. What is your educational background? Answer in here. Can you give us a brief history of your employment? All the answers in here. Direct examination. What are your assignments in this matter? Answer. Number 9, are you familiar with Pacific Steel Casting? Are those questions on this script?
I believe so.
Okay, here, I'll go to one that I particularly like here. Number 15, do you have an opinion of the feasibility of specific improvements in operational procedures at Pacific Steel and or their use of available and affordable technology to significantly reduce its off-site impact of odorous and particulate emissions? But, below, I just dropped in your prior recommendation submitted to court, which we can tweak for your testimony. and there's an explanation of what you're supposed to say. Is this something Mr. Rumberg
Mr.
did?
Rumberg, are you making an objection?
Yeah, I'm making an objection.
What is it?
Mischaracterization, this is an example of what you're supposed to say, as opposed to, that was the answer he gave.
Thank you, Mr. Rumberg. But you're not supposed to testify, and neither's counsel. Let's just have questions.
I want to ask you this question again. Is this something that was given to you so that you could read off of it when you testify today?
No.
This was not given to you. You created this.
This was given to me by Mr. Rumberger a couple days ago to consider for my testimony.
Okay. So when you were reading it, you were just considering it in your mind. Is that correct?
Now, I have written myself notes on there so that I could hopefully have this testimony happen in an expeditious, fruitful way.
Now, some of the devices that you passed around, these odor devices, first off, do you know whether the Air District recognizes those devices as being effective in dealing with odor emissions?
What air district?
The Bay Area Air Quality Management District.
I don't recall at this time.
So you don't know? Is that what you're saying? You say you don't recall at this time. Do you know, or you just don't recall?
I don't recall.
If I were to tell you that they do not recognize those devices, would that be consistent with what you might be able to recall?
Well, I would find that very surprising because these devices are used in communities all through the United States and without objection. So I would find it surprising that the BAQMD would have a no for that.
It's the BAAQMD, just for clarification. With respect to testing for odors, you said there's never been any testing. Are you aware that the Air District has actually done testing to determine whether chemicals associated with odor are leaving Pacific Steel's open vents? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of any reports on that, no.
So you haven't seen any test data with respect to tests to determine whether certain chemicals are leaving certain portions or areas within Pacific Steel. Is that what you're saying?
Well, just to be clear, in the health risk assessment, there's an inventory of emissions, but to my knowledge, those are not actual emission rate measurements. They're just calculations of what they think are going up the stack.
Have you ever heard of the group called Avogadro? Avogadro.
No.
So you don't know that they conducted air emissions tests at Pacific Steel, is that correct then?
Of any sort, or a comprehensive sort of every single emission point, or
Of
what?
any sort.
I have no idea.
And you're also not aware that the district has done tests itself with employees for the district for the purpose of evaluating this leaving Pacific Steel, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, you talked about putting these rubber plastic screens like in the supermarket at the entryways of Pacific Steel. How would you describe those plastic doorways? I want to use your language.
I think you did a wonderful job right there. It would be very similar for the jury to know that these are the plastic strips, clear plastic strips you see over freezers or doors in supermarkets. It's a similar type thing.
Now, dust collection systems operate by having a lot of air, right? They have to pull in a lot of air. So if you cover the opening where the air is coming in, aren't you depriving the collection system of the very air that it needs to operate?
No.
So it's going to go through the plastic, is what you're saying?
That and the buildings leak like a sieve.
And again, you made that determination based on your 5-hour inspection in October of 2011, correct?
Yeah, looking at daylight through the roof, yeah.
Do you want your notes back?
Yes, please.
My first witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Do you know whether Pacific Steel has ever made an investigation or analysis as to whether a scrubber would work in its facility?
I do recall reading some reports about that, yes.
So they've actually hired outside consultants to look into that issue, is that what you're saying?
The only one I know is Odor Science and Engineering. I read all the reports that I guess you turned over the other day.
And have you read the reports generated by Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
So you have read that. And have you had an opportunity to talk to anyone at Pacific Steel with respect to the designs and efforts that they've undertaken with their own employees to determine what the sources of odor, or potential sources of odor, are at the facility?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. Anything more?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
And if we call Pacific Steel's Chief Operating Officer to the stand, Charles Bridges.
We got time. You're okay.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly state that the penalty of perjury, the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. And you can please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Charles Bridges. Last name is spelled B-R-I-D-G-E-S.
Thank you.
Mr. Bridges, thank you for being here today. Can you identify your position at Pacific Steel Casting?
My position is Chief Operating Officer.
And in that capacity, you have oversight of financial matters?
Yes, I do as part of that.
Do you answer to anyone other than the owners?
I answer to the Chief Executive Officer.
Who is the owner, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever lived in Berkeley or Albany?
No, I have not.
Have you ever lived in a community downwind of an industrial polluter?
I live in Tracy, California, which is, of course, downwind from any number of industries.
How much time have you spent in the 18 square block community downwind of PSC, north of Cedar, west of San Pablo?
Could you describe the area again, please?
North of Cedar, west of San Pablo.
I work there every day,
You go for walks in the residential neighborhood
occasionally.
about once a week, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you've never smelled a phenolic odor in the neighborhood?
I have not, in large part because I've never been taught what a phenolic odor is.
You recall your deposition testimony, page 147, line 17 to 24, in which you said you've never smelled a phenolic odor in the neighborhood?
And that testimony is absolutely true.
Which way does the wind blow predominantly at Pacific Steel?
I couldn't testify to that.
You recall your testimony at your deposition?
I don't recall my testimony at the deposition.
You said, I'm not a weatherman, didn't you?
I did, and then what else did I say, Mr. Rumberger?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if Mr. Rumberger is going to refer to the deposition transcript to identify the page and the line number.
I appreciate that, and if there is anything that Mr. Lumberger chose not to read that you think is necessary in fairness to be read at this time, you may make that point to me.
Deposition page 84, lines 6 to 25.
Okay.
And you went on to tell me that you do not know if the wind was blowing in a particular direction most of the time, did you?
I seem to recall that, and I also recall that I responded that when I come in the morning, I notice the direction of the water vapor plume from Berkeley Forge, and that varies in direction.
Thank you. Now, Pacific Steel actually has meteorological equipment mounted on its roofs, doesn't it?
It has wind socks, I believe.
Doesn't it also have a variety of instruments to detect and measure wind speed, wind direction, weather vanes, wind socks, anemometers?
I'm not aware of that.
The Chief Operating Officer, you're not aware of that?
That's correct.
As far as you know, Pacific Steel neither uses those instruments nor captures the data, isn't that correct?
As I mentioned, I'm not aware of that equipment being on the roof of the facilities.
Has Pacific Steel ever done any air sampling or dust sampling in the community? And I'll go to that same neighborhood, north of Cedar, west of San Pablo, or in the UC Village, which...
You know, Mr. Rumberg, I've only been with the company a limited amount of time, and in the short amount of time I've been with the company, I don't believe the company's done sampling in the community.
You've been with the company about 2 years, is that correct?
Just under 2 years.
Okay. Are you aware of any air sampling or dust sampling in the community that has ever been done by Pacific Steel?
That would be before I joined the company.
Do you sense a smell that's unique to the foundry operations of Pacific Steel?
Within the plants, I do identify certain smells.
Can you describe that odor for me?
I don't have a vocabulary I'm not a trained odor specialist, so I don't have a vocabulary to describe it.
Is it acrid?
No.
Is it a burning smell?
No.
Is it a metallic smell?
No.
Does it smell like plastic burning?
No.
Do you know if it is a phenolic odor?
No.
A formaldehyde odor?
No.
Can you compare it to anything else?
I don't have in my experience, I have nothing to compare it to.
Is it a strong odor?
Not particularly.
Is it a sweet odor?
No.
Is it a sour odor?
No.
Is it sharp?
No.
So it's an odor you have no words for.
That's correct.
Is it similar to any other odor you've ever smelled or experienced in your life?
Not in my recollection.
Have you ever smelled a phenolic odor at Pacific Steel?
Objection, last foundation.
Sustained.
Do you recall your testimony at your deposition, page 147, line 17 to 20? What's your answer to that?
Wait, just a minute.
Line 17, 20.
147 or 117?
I believe it's 147, page 17.
There's no impeachment here. Ask another question, please.
All right. Can you describe any odor that you believe Pacific Steel emits into the neighborhood?
In my walks through the neighborhood, I have not experienced or smelled any odors that I would identify with Pacific Steel.
Do you agree that it's pretty hard to address a problem if you can't admit you have it?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
If I were to tell you that your chief and only environmental engineer testified in her deposition that the only odor she associates with the operations at this foundry is a sweet, minty smell, would that surprise you?
It would not. Our chief environmental engineer has been associated with the company for over 20 years, has had plenty of experience describing smells.
25 years, in fact, right? In fact, she was hired right out of college by Pacific Steel, wasn't she?
I'm not conversant with that element of her background.
I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
I'm not conversant with that element of her background.
And there are no other environmental engineers at Pacific Steel, are there?
No, we have an environmental staff of 4 people.
Do you meet with your management team?
Yes, I do.
How often?
Generally on a weekly basis, formally, and a variety of times through the week informally.
Do you have any recollection of, once a week, in those once-a-week meetings, of discussing rephrase. Do you have any specific recollection of a conversation in those once-a-week meetings where odor abatement has come up regarding abating the presently unabated emission points on the roofs of PSC's, Pacific Steel's plants?
Can you repeat the question for me, please, Mr. Umberger?
I sure can. Do you have any specific recollection, as we sit here today, of conversations in those once-a-week meetings where odor abatement has come up regarding abating the presently unabated emission points on the roofs?
In the formal meetings, I don't recall a specific instance. In the informal meetings that happened during the week, I recall that coming up.
What operations or processes do you think that Pacific Steel's foundry odors were most likely coming from?
The two areas that the odors probably arise from are in the pouring operation and probably molten core.
You recall your testimony, deposition page 154, 18 to 22.
If you're asking him to look at it, Mr. Rumberg.
No, I'm not asking you to look at it. I'm asking you to get that.
Just a second. I'm not sure what the question is. Did you want to read the testimony?
If I could read that one sentence.
He hasn't asked a question, right?
He doesn't. If he wants to read from party opponent's deposition, he can do so. Read what you want to read.
Deposition page 154, line 18 to 22. Your answer to that question was, well, that assumes that we're emitting odors. Do you recall that testimony?
I don't recall that part of the testimony, no.
Is it your testimony here today, under oath, that your company does not emit odors?
In my experience, as I've already testified, I'm not aware of odors being emitted.
Do you recall testifying that sometimes Pacific Steel leaves the doors open to provide adequate fresh air for its employees because the buildings are hot? Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
And I ask you, has Pacific Steel considered at all implementing a ventilation system where fresh air, cool air is pumped into the plant as opposed to seeping in through open doors and windows? Remember what you told me?
I'm sorry, was that a question?
Do you remember what you told me?
I do.
And what was that?
I recall that I said that we didn't have specific plans or something in that respect to install that kind of system. When in fact we already have a system in place that pulls outside air into the plant through our abatement systems.
In fact, Mr. Bridges, at page 156, lines 8 through 13, you said, we have not considered that. We have not considered a ventilation system for that.
That was my deposition. I would add to that we already have a system in place that pulls outside air into the plants.
Do you believe that system is sufficient?
I'm not an expert in that area.
Is it a system that requires the doors to be open?
Yes, it does.
Is there any reason you haven't even considered the concept of piping in fresh, cool air for your employees so that you don't have to leave the doors wide open?
I'm not aware of any discussions that have taken place on that matter.
Turn your attention to a declaration you wrote on or signed on November 21st, 2011. Stated, quote, most emission, I have copies of the court, like, do you have a copy of the declaration?
State your question.
Stated most emission sources are connected to bag houses and dry filters for the purpose of reducing particulate matter. Do Do you have any idea how many are not connected versus how many actually are?
I do not.
Are you aware of whether or not there are any current plans right now to bring additional abatement equipment on site?
Well, can you repeat the question again, please, Mr.
Are you
Rumberger?
aware, as you sit here today, whether or not there are any current plans right now to bring additional abatement equipment on site?
We don't have any current plans of bringing additional abatement equipment on site. However, we have a process where we continually upgrade, maintain, repair the existing abatement equipment. And in fact, this weekend we're going to spend about $150,000 replacing ducting and upgrading the ducting on Plant 2.
Why?
Because it's in need of repair.
What are the problems with it?
I'm not aware of the specific problems.
You're just aware how much it's going to cost?
I'm aware that it needs replacing.
How many contract foundries does Pacific Steel have in China?
Jackson, I'm sustained.
Have you ever explored what abatement equipment is being employed at any of your contract foundries that might be applicable to your plants here in Berkeley?
I have not explored that, no.
When I asked you why you sent, this is deposition page 174, line 13 and following. When I asked you why you sent work overseas to China, you recall telling me primarily because it can be done there more efficiently?
I recall something to that effect, yes.
Have you ever considered investing the money you save by shipping work to China on better abatement systems here in Berkeley?
Mr. Rumberger, we spend millions of dollars.
Please answer the question.
I believe we already do spend some of the money that we've saved in China on abatement equipment.
When was the last time that was done?
We spend it on an ongoing basis.
Fair enough. Think you might need to spend more?
Objection, again, it's also
Overruled.
I think there'll be a continuing need to invest in our abatement equipment.
Back here in Berkeley, you're aware, of course, that your company name is not emblazoned on any of the 3 huge manufacturing plants, correct?
It is not, however, there are 2 banners that display our company logo on plants 2 and 3.
Well, actually, they have a little PS in the lower corner, don't they?
They have a logo that's probably whatever size that is on the corner. And indeed, our business office has the name of the company above the door.
Right, halfway down 2nd Street. What's the sign you can see from Pacific
Mr.
Steel?
Rumberger, that wasn't a question, and you're not to be making statements. Ask questions.
Where is that business located? Business office located?
1333 Second Street.
Does it face any major thoroughfare?
Faces 2nd Street.
Is 2nd Street a major thoroughfare?
I don't know how to judge a major thoroughfare. It's 2nd Street.
Well, isn't 2nd Street usually crowded with double-parked tractor trailers and forklifts?
It's a busy street. Would that qualify as a major thoroughfare?
Does it have a lot of traffic other than traffic to your plant and your businesses on 2nd Street?
It has traffic to Berkeley Steel, Berkeley Forge rather, and it has our employees coming and going. It has significant traffic, Mr. Rumberger.
Does it also have crates of Pacific Steel's product lining and filling the sidewalks and the streets?
It certainly doesn't have our product on the streets, Mr. Rumberger.
Do you remember when I asked you in your deposition why your name was not on the plants visible from the freeway, what you told me?
I seem to recall that I told you, and this was in regard to Plant 1 specifically, that we considered putting a banner similar to the ones that we have on Plants 2 and 3 on Plant 1, but that it wasn't particularly high priority. I'd like to add to that now.
Well, you'll have an opportunity to go to council for questions. In paragraph 10 of your November 21st, 2011 declaration, you stated that Environ was retained and funded by Pacific Steel to prepare the HRA. What was the total dollar amount that Pacific Steel funded Environ to prepare an HRA based on wind blowing north?
That was before.
Objection argumentative on the last portion.
Yeah, the question is phrased as argumentative. Do you want to rephrase the question?
Certainly, Your Honor. What's the total dollar amount that Pacific Steel funded Environ to prepare the HRA?
That was before I joined the company, and I wouldn't know the answer to that.
Can you ballpark it? Is it in the millions?
Mr. Rumberger, I could only speculate.
Do you know how much Pacific Steel has spent on experts and consultants fighting these neighbors in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Suspend.
No further questions?
Redirect examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bridges. How long have you been employed at Pacific Steel?
My employment began in June of 2010.
And how long have you had your current title as Chief Operating Officer?
Since April of 2011.
Now, Mr. Rumberger asked you why the company name wasn't on the plans. I'm not sure the relevance of that question, but do you have a reason why it wasn't on the plan that you wanted to explain?
Thank you very much. We sell our products to other manufacturers, construction company and builders, so while we're proud of our Berkeley connection, we don't sell to consumers. We also are concerned that people wanting to visit the company, if our plants were identified, might try to actually enter the plants. We'd like them to visit our business office, where we have a dedicated reception area to greet visitors to the company.
Mr. Rumberger mentioned environmental engineer at Pacific Steel. Does that person have a name?
Her name is Christina Chan.
And he brought up the issue of odor. Do you know whether Ms. Chan has any experience dealing with odor or certifications?
I don't know.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 331. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Bridges, you just turned your attention to some accounting spreadsheets, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what does it say on the first document? It's part of Exhibit 331.
The first document, the title on it is Pacific Steel Casting Company, and do you want me to describe the information in it?
Well, you describe some of it for me, please.
It basically gives a listing of vendors where we've spent money on abatement equipment, and it gives years and then gives totals.
Okay, so that first page of Exhibit 331, was that prepared from your existing accounting records at Pacific Steel?
Yes, it was.
How was it prepared?
The information was entered into our accounting system when the invoices were presented by the vendors involved, and then was categorized at that time, and then summarized into this form.
And how many different vendors are identified on that spreadsheet?
There are 9 different vendors.
And during what period of time were these entries inputted in your accounting records?
Between 2005 and 2011.
And if you could identify those vendors by name for us.
Certainly. The vendors are...
Excuse me. And if you could tell us what each vendor does as a general description.
Bearing Engineering produces electrical motors and bearings. Bay Area Industrial Filtration.
If I could stop you right there. How is bearings engineering relevant?
The bearings and motors are involved in our air handling equipment.
So this would be the dust collection system, the absorption unit?
Yes.
And the next?
The next vendor is Bay Area Industrial Filtration. They provide baghouse filters, or have provided baghouse filters for the company. The next one is U.S. Filter. They provided baghouse filters for the company. Prominent Systems provides activated carbon for the carbon absorption units. Melrose is a metal fabrication shop that provides metal fabrications, as does Monterey Mechanical, which would be ductwork and other fixtures. BCM, I should also mention that Monterey Mechanical does installation of those fabrications. BCM does, also does metal fabrications, but more specialized in nature. And the last two are, I think it's Electrical Services and California Electric, and those are electrical contractors that provide electrical work for our abatement systems.
And for the period from 2005 through the end of 2011, how much money was paid to these different vendors by Pacific Steel?
The total paid by Pacific Steel, and this would be for maintenance, upkeep, and repair of those systems, was $14,275,000.
Now, if I could draw your attention to the next page, spreadsheet. What does it say on that page?
This page is entitled Fixed Asset Addition Summary.
And what's reflected on this page?
This is a summary pulled from our accounting records of amounts that were paid to build various pieces of abatement equipment at Pacific Steel.
Would this information have been entered into your accounting records at the time that the invoices were paid or near that time?
They would have been entered at the time that the invoices were presented to the company.
And what's the total cost reflected on that fixed asset summary?
$2,793,000.
Now, if I could draw your attention to the third page. What does that spreadsheet say?
That is entitled Recycle Cost.
And where does that information come from?
That also comes from our accounting records.
And would that have been entered at or near the time that the invoices were paid?
Yes, it would have been.
Now, with respect to that information, it covers the year from 2007 to 2011, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you say recycling costs, what does that entail?
It's predominantly the cost to recycle our sand.
So Pacific Steel attempts to recycle as much sand as it can?
Yes, that's correct.
And it has to pay for that?
Yes.
And how much does it have to pay?
During that period of time, we paid $1,826,000.
Now, Mr. Rumberger asked you a little while ago whether you believe that Pacific Steel is doing enough in dealing with emissions and odor issues. Do you have an opinion with respect to that?
I believe that Pacific Steel is doing enough to abate odors and emissions.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to go into the technical stuff, but does Pacific Steel have employees that are paid to look at all of these issues on a regular basis?
Yes, we do. We have an environmental staff, and we also have maintenance staffs.
Now, Mr. Rumberger mentioned these meetings, the management meetings. Would there be environmentally related issues discussed in meetings with that department?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Earlier you mentioned that there's weekly formal management meetings, correct?
That's correct.
In addition to those meetings, are there separate meetings that you have with other employees of the company to address different issues?
Absolutely.
Could you give us an example of those type of issues that are addressed in these meetings?
The issues could range to every aspect of our operation. In terms of an abatement issue that might be addressed in both a formal and in an informal meeting would be the scheduling of carbon change for one of the carbon absorption units.
And that raises the question, do you know how much money is spent in electricity per month in order to maintain the dust collection system and the carbon absorption unit?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you're able to make such a determination?
Because we collect information from our power providers.
And what's the amount that's paid that you attribute to the abatement system?
We pay approximately $200,000 a month, or $2.4 million a year, to provide power for our abatement equipment.
This does not include the costs associated with the actual operations?
That's correct.
Now, in addition to Pacific Steel having its own management team that deals with environmental issues, does it retain anyone else outside of the company?
At this time, I'm not aware of anyone.
In the recent past, are you aware of anyone?
In the recent past, I'm not aware of anyone.
Does the name Mitchell Engineers sound familiar to you?
I believe they were involved in some of the consulting on the construction of our abatement equipment, which would predate me.
Now, do you know why Pacific Steel would have to fund a health risk assessment? And if you don't, that's fine.
I don't, actually.
All you know is that Pacific Steel funded the preparation of the health risk assessment before you were hired, correct?
That's correct.
Now, earlier when you described the dust collection systems and pulling in air, do you serve as an engineer at Pacific Steel?
No, I do not.
Are there people more qualified than you at Pacific Steel who can address issues relating to the design and operations of Pacific Steel?
Yes, there are.
Does Pacific Steel have different management teams for each of the plants?
Yes, we do.
And why is that?
Well, it's something that I actually implemented since I joined the company. And what we wanted to do, we wanted to have a single person responsible for the entire operation in each of the plants. Previously, there was a single person that was responsible for the operation of all the plants. And this would give us an opportunity not only to improve our production efficiency, but have a single individual responsible for maintenance and control of our abatement equipment in each of the plants.
And would the person who's responsible for operating each plant have a science background? Science materials?
Not necessarily.
Do you know the educational background of these plant engineers?
You mean the plant managers?
Excuse me, plant managers.
I know the business background and the educational background of a few of them.
Is it beyond that scope of direct?
Yes, it is. Sustained.
I have no further questions.
All right, can you read your article, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Apart from ruling on the evidence to be admitted, which, subject to that, plaintiff's rest.
Then, ladies and gentlemen, it's a few minutes early, but we'll recess today for the weekend because tomorrow is a Friday and a court holiday. So I'll see you all here at 8:30 on Monday morning. Please remember all of the admonitions and follow them.